Chapter 982. Huang Jingguo was very efficient. Long Hair led the members of the Feng group and the Hong sect to set up the banquet in minutes. Hero City used to be a mountain resort. It was a tourist attraction with enchanting scenery. The man-made beach was still preserved. The lunch party was held in the open air beside the man-made beach. More than 30 large round tables were arranged in a row. It was as if someone was holding a wedding by the sea. The fierce battle had just ended, and many people were sitting at the table with injuries. However, this didn't affect the mood of the gathering because it was a victory. Moreover, the city lord of Hero City, Qin Feng, had returned. Everyone was overjoyed. Qin Feng, eat more. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You've lost weight. The women sat at the same table as Lu Jie, Yunzhe, and the others. The beauties put food into Qin Feng's bowl. There were already 5 bowls in front of Qin Feng, but the food in each bowl was piled like a small mountain. Ling Xian, have you guys been cultivating lately? Though he hadn't been back for 2 months, Qin Feng felt that it had been a long time since he had seen everyone. To be able to sit together and eat and chat peacefully like this was the life that Qin Feng wanted the most, and he was working hard in this area. Don't worry, we won't slack off. I'm now a Stage 3 Inner Qi cultivator. The rest of us are Stage 2 Inner Qi cultivators. Zhao Lingxian winked at Qin Feng. This woman was born with a seductive bone. Her charming and flirtatious look captivated Qin Feng. Lingxian, you're amazing. It's only been a few months, and you've already reached Stage 3 Inner Qi. Qin Feng did not purposely flatter Zhao Lingxian. These women's cultivation speed was indeed much faster than ordinary people. Master, being born with a seductive bone is something that only appears once in 100 years. Of course, her cultivation speed is much faster than ordinary people. Moreover, there has been a school of seduction since ancient times. If Zhao Lingxian learns seduction techniques, her cultivation speed will soar. Little Pig's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. Seduction techniques? Is there any in the system? After the incident at the herbal sect, Qin Feng felt that it was necessary for these women to quickly improve their strength. This way, they would not be bullied if they encountered danger again. Yes, but the art of charm is very profound. Without a master to guide you, it's very easy for you to go berserk while learning it by yourself, Little Pig said. Qin Feng immediately gave up on the idea of buying a seduction technique from the system for Zhao Lingxian to cultivate. He was afraid that Zhao Lingxian would have problems cultivating without someone to guide her. Hua Tuo said, "My young friend, the reason why everyone is able to break through so quickly is because of the density of spiritual energy in Hero City." Hua Bei chuckled and added, "Senior Hua Tuo is right. Hero City is right next to Devil Beast Mountain. The density of spirit energy in Devil Beast Mountain is high to begin with, so the spirit energy in Hero City is abundant. Moreover, we recently built a large-scale herb garden and planted a lot of spirit herbs, so the spirit energy in Hero City has increased to another level. Cultivating in Hero City is twice as fast as cultivating outside." Recently, Qin Feng had been busy defeating the Divine Dragon and completing the mission for the William family. He had not been back for more than 2 months, so his knowledge and understanding of Hero City's development were somewhat lacking. After listening to Hua Tuo and Hua Bei's explanation, Qin Feng understood many things. No wonder the herbal sect would come to Hero City. No wonder so many forces from the outer world surrounded Hero City. They were all cultivators. They had sensed the abundance of spiritual energy in Hero City and wanted to conquer Hero City. I'll talk to you about this later. For now, don't worry too much. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Qin Feng could see the many hidden dangers in Hero City. However, he put these thoughts aside. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy the joy of reuniting with his women and brothers. Big brother, what have you been up to lately? Next time you go out, you must bring your little brother with you. I've been staying at home and at school every day. I've been bored to death. Lu Jie raised his wineglass and toasted Qin Feng. Don't follow me. You're just a burden, Qin Feng said to Lu Jie with a smile. Lu Jie was displeased. He was a stage 6 inner qi expert, and he could break through to stage 7 inner qi at any time. He could be considered as an expert even in the provincial capital. However, when Lu Jie thought of Qin Feng's current strength and the enemies Qin Feng had to face, he wilted. Then I'll stay in Hero City every day. I'll look for Big Brother as soon as I break through to stage 9 inner qi. Lu Jie was not angry, even though they had not seen each other for more than 2 months. Everyone could see that Qin Feng had changed a lot. His aura had changed. It was stronger and harder to fathom. Qin Feng had become more mature and steady. He now had the demeanor of a master. Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian could feel this change the most. When they were studying together in university, Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master through and through. He idled around and only knew how to flirt with girls. In less than a year, Qin Feng had transformed from a hedonistic young master to the Azure Dragon of China and the governor of Hero City. He had made many great contributions to the dragon sect. From an ordinary person, he stood at the pinnacle of the ancient martial arts world. His enemies had changed from the 4 young masters of Acropolis City to the 4 major clans of the provincial capital. Now he was the #1 ancient martial artist in the secular world, the Divine Dragon. All these changes were earth-shattering. Qin Feng couldn't believe it when he thought about it. I can only stay here for a few days. After that, I'll have to go to the martial arts world. Qin Feng revealed his next plan. Big Brother, are you going to participate in the Martial Arts Society convention? Lu Jie asked. Everyone looked at Qin Feng. Most of the women, including Zhao Lingxian, had never heard of the Martial Arts Society convention. They did not know if Qin Feng would be in danger. I'm just going to take a look. I don't have to fight for the position of the Chief of Martial Arts Society. Don't worry, everyone. Qin Feng comforted them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chief of Martial Arts Society? It sounded scary enough. There would be many martial artists fighting for this position. The women were afraid that something would happen to Qin Feng. The women were a little disappointed when they found out that Qin Feng would only stay for a few days. However, they did not blame Qin Feng. These women were very sensible and obedient. They knew that Qin Feng had his own plans. Master, you should relax in Hero City for a few days. Don't think about anything else. Ren Xiao Yao poured some wine for Qin Feng obediently and passed it to him. Qin Feng toasted with everyone. He put on a relaxed and casual smile and said, I'm going to help everyone break through to the next stage. I want to increase the strength of Hero City by another level. Lu Jie, Yunzhe, and the others were excited. As the descendants of an ancient martial arts family in the provincial capital, they had been trained and trained since they were young. Their pursuit of strength was similar to the pursuit of wealth and power. Now that Qin Feng, a stage 9 inner qi expert, was helping them, Lu Jie could almost see himself breaking through to stage 7 inner qi. Everyone was very happy during the meal. Almost everyone was knocked out by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was already drunk. He didn't even know who had carried him back. Hey, where are you guys taking Qin Feng? In the hotel corridor, the women, who had not quarreled for a whole day, suddenly became 2 teams. Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian supported Qin Feng against the wall. Lu Wenjing crossed her arms and stared coldly at the 2 women. Where do you think we're taking him? Of course, we're taking him to our rooms. Lin Bei usually did not speak during quarrels, so Zhao Lingxian answered Lu Wenjing. Why should we take him to your rooms? Qin Feng is going to sleep at my place tonight. Lu Wenjing was unhappy. Of course, he's going to sleep in our room. Qin Feng met us first. Zhao Lingxian did not back down. Hua Yan and Ren Xiao Yao stood next to Lu Wenjing. Hua Yan was not someone to be trifled with. So what if he knew me first? Qin Feng likes me more. We've done missions together and experienced life and death together. Have you? Zhao Lingxian suddenly choked. She really hadn't experienced life and death with Qin Feng before. However, this was only because she hadn't had the opportunity. If she had had the opportunity, she wouldn't have hesitated to live and die with Qin Feng. Why you haven't done anything with Qin Feng? There's no point in sending him to your rooms. Zhao Lingxian was desperate and spoke boldly. Lu Wenjing was speechless. She really hadn't done anything with Qin Feng. However, Hua Yan was not worried. She said forcefully, "Who said we haven't done anything? I've done it with Qin Feng in the cave. Have you experienced that?" Hua Yan was even more outspoken than Zhao Lingxian. The beautiful Su sisters and Liu Qin, who were standing to the side, all blushed. Bai Qing didn't say anything. She felt that it was a serious problem who Qin Feng would sleep with tonight. The main thing was that Qin Feng was drunk, so it was impossible for him to turn the tables. Qin Feng is my master. I've always taken care of him when he was drunk. I've given him a bath and a massage before. Master should sleep with me tonight, Ran Xiaoyao suddenly said. We'll also take care of Qin Feng. Your reason is completely invalid. Zhao Lingxian immediately retorted. The women all spoke one after another. None of them backed down. The scene was too beautiful to look at, and the atmosphere became tense. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground could be heard. The women all looked towards the walkway. Han Ying walked over in a tight black dress and red high heels. Seeing Han Ying, all of the women were dumbfounded. Beauties, let Qin Feng stay with me tonight. I'll take good care of him. Han Ying was the oldest and most mature of the women. She gave off the aura of a queen, and the women all suddenly retreated. Chapter 983. This time, Qin Feng went to America to find Han Ying. When he returned, Han Ying also came back with Qin Feng, Li Xingtian, and Qin Wudao. However, after arriving in Hong Kong, Qin Feng stayed for a day. Because Han Ying really missed her father, she took a plane back to Jincheng City. After staying in Jincheng City for a few days, Han Ying and her father were very happy. Now that Han Ying had some free time, she immediately rushed over from Jincheng City to Hero City. Yu Qin, Qing Qing, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful. Han Ying greeted the two women. Big sister Ying, don't make fun of us. You're the one who's become more and more beautiful, Liu Qin said as she smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Ying got down to business. Wasn't this a mountain resort? How did it become Hero City? Han Ying hadn't been back for a while. After coming back, she found that China had changed a lot, especially Qin Feng. Now, almost everyone in China's martial arts and business circles was talking about Qin Feng. Big sister Ying, long time no see. Acropolis City has completely changed. How about you chat with Qin Feng tonight? If he knows you're back, he'll be happy. After seeing Han Ying, Bai Qing and Liu Qin gave up on fighting for the opportunity to stay with Qin Feng tonight. The two women didn't know that Han Ying was brought back from America by Qin Feng, so they felt that Han Ying should spend more time with Qin Feng. Bai Qing and Liu Qin said their goodbyes to the other sisters and left. Han Ying looked at the remaining beauties. Although she looked as calm as a queen, Han Ying couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This Qin Feng's nature hadn't changed. He was too fickle, and the women he found were all outstanding beauties. Even a great beauty like Han Ying was starting to lose confidence in her own looks. Little sisters, I'll take care of Qin Feng tonight. You guys go rest. Han Ying looked at everyone warmly. Zhao Lingxian and the other beauties had heard of Han Ying, so they left. Leaving Qin Feng to Han Ying was the best choice for the night. Everyone bid farewell to Han Ying and left. Han Ying helped Qin Feng into the presidential suite. Qin Feng hadn't woken up after drinking for the entire afternoon. Han Ying went into the room and brewed some hangover tea for Qin Feng. Then, she took off Qin Feng's clothes and wiped his body. After the girls left, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Rin Xiao Yao had just returned to her room when she was shocked. Grandma, Dad, Mom, third aunt, fourth uncle, fifth aunt, why are you squatting in front of my room so late at night? At the door of Rin Xiaoyao's house, almost all the main relatives of the Ren family had gathered. Everyone was originally yawning listlessly, but when they saw Ren Xiaoyao coming over, they welcomed her as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Little demon, where's my grandson-in-law? Qin Feng's son-in-law didn't come. Could he have been snatched away by another woman? Xiaoyao, what did I teach you? You have to learn how to fight and carve out a bloody path among other women. You have to wear sexy clothes so that Qin Feng will pay more attention to you. Everyone surrounded Ren Xiaoyao as if they were trying their best to teach her. Rin Xiaoyao's ears were almost calloused from listening to them. She opened the door and ran into the room. Little demon, you're such a disobedient child. Did you listen to what I said? Which vixen did Qin Feng's grandson-in-law run off with tonight? Grandma, I'm going to knock on her door in the middle of the night so that they can't have sex tonight. The Rin family was an influential family in the provincial capital. The St. Medic Hall's reputation skyrocketed after it won the championship in the medicinal pill conference. However, the Rin family did not dare to be arrogant. They knew that it was Qin Feng who helped them achieve all of this. During this period of time, the Rin family was not in the mood to take care of their business. They were all thinking of ways to make Rin Xiao Yao become Qin Feng's woman. Ren Xiao Yao was extremely gloomy. She did not expect that she could not stop her relatives, even if she ran into the room. Ren Xiao Yao jumped onto the bed and covered her ears with the blanket. Silly girl, tell me the truth. Did something happen between you and Qin Feng? Mama Rin pulled off the blanket and looked at Rin Xiao Yao seriously. Rin Xiao Yao pulled her hair and pouted. Not yet. There are too many women around, Master. It's not my turn. Ever since Qin Feng went to Rin Xiao Yao's house to break through when Qin Feng challenged the Dragon God, Rin Xiao Yao was dead set on recognizing Qin Feng as her master. Now, she was completely obedient to Qin Feng. Rin Xiao Yao did not mind having a relationship with Qin Feng. It was just that she was not ranked. Mama Ren's brows knitted tightly. She thought for a while and said, How about this? We'll create an opportunity for you tomorrow night. Do Qin Feng. The Rin family's relatives nodded. Yes, you must do Qin Feng tomorrow night. Ren Xiao Yao did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be such a family? They even forced a girl to push a man, and a man with many women around him. Oh, I'll give it a try. Although Ren Xiao Yao felt that this method was not very reliable, she could only agree to it for the sake of some peace. Silly girl, it's not a try. You must use all your strength. I heard that Qin Feng will only stay for a few days before leaving again. If you don't hurry, who knows if you'll have another chance in the future. Ren Xiao Yao did not think much of it at first. However, after hearing her family's words, she became a little nervous. Okay, then what should I do tomorrow? There are too many women around Qin Feng. I'm afraid it won't be my turn again. Ren Xiao Yao said with a crying face. Don't worry about this. We'll help you settle those women. The rest is all up to you. Ren Xiao Yao was fooled by her family, and she herself became muddle-headed. After agreeing to her family's request, the Ren family left Ren Xiao Yao's room in satisfaction. Ren Xiao Yao finally heaved a sigh of relief and fell asleep as soon as she laid on the bed. Han Ying had already wiped Qin Feng's body. When she saw Qin Feng's muscular body, Han Ying's charming face blushed. After working for a long time, Han Ying was covered in fragrant sweat. She took off her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Han Ying thought Qin Feng had fallen asleep, so she didn't mind. After showering, She stood naked in front of the bathroom mirror and dried her hair. "Ah, you, when did you wake up?" Han Ying was suddenly hugged by someone. She quickly regained her senses and looked at Qin Feng's handsome face in the rearview mirror. Han Ying felt as if her heart was going to jump out of her chest. "Ying, how was your stay at father-in-law's?" After lying down for a while, Qin Feng's alcohol had mostly dissipated. When he opened his eyes, he saw Han Ying standing in front of the bathroom mirror. He thought he was dreaming. "I'm fine with father. Don't worry." Han Ying's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Her snow-white skin was flushed. Qin Feng carried Han Ying onto the bed. In America, Qin Feng and Han Ying didn't progress any further. Qin Feng was afraid that Han Ying's psychological shadow hadn't dissipated. However, looking at Han Ying's appearance tonight, it was about time to make a move. Chapter 984. The next morning, Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo arrived at Hero City. The arrival of the two women caused a commotion in Hero City because Zhao Lingxian and the other women were fans of the pretty girls group. Lu Jie and the other men also liked Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo. Wow, are they really the pretty girls group? I've only seen them on TV before. Now I can finally see them in person. Lin Bei was so excited that she danced with joy. Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian were also very happy. Li Yuqin, Han Ying, and Hua Yin were already acquainted with the pretty girls group. When they saw the two women, they welcomed them warmly. "Long time no see, Sherman. You're getting more and more elegant." "Oh, right, Sherman. I heard you've changed your career to film a movie. You're filming the most popular IP movie of the year, Hedonist Sovereign, right?" Everyone surrounded Rao Sherman, but none of them talked to Zhang Cuckoo. Zhang Cuckoo was displeased. She pulled Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian and yelled, "Sherman and I are filming a new movie. We just finished filming the movie and it will be released at the end of this month. Please come and support us when the movie is released." Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian were stunned. They replied politely to Zhang Cuckoo, "Right. You're Qin Feng's good friend. We'll definitely go and support you when the movie is released." Zhang Cuckoo seemed to have regained her sense of presence. She yelled loudly, "Of course I'm going. Let me tell you, I have a sex scene with Qin Feng in the movie." Zhang Cuckoo blurted out in excitement. The women exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Qin Feng is acting in a movie? Qin Feng, didn't you go out to do business for the past 2 months? So you went out to film a movie to pick up girls?" The women were unhappy. They glared at Qin Feng. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo realized that Qin Feng did not reveal Zheng Shuai's identity to these women. "What? I'm not acting in a movie. Don't listen to Cuckoo's nonsense. She's not in the right mind. She's always spouting nonsense." Qin Feng glared at Zhang Cuckoo. Zhao Lingxian did not believe him. She pointed at Zhang Cuckoo and said, "She said it just now, and she said it very seriously. How can it be a lie?" Zhang Cuckoo was aware that she had caused a big trouble. Her eyes flickered as she tried to avoid looking at them. What did I just say? I didn't say anything." The girls were rendered speechless by Zhang Cuckoo. Rao Sherman hastily stepped forward to help Qin Feng out of the predicament. "Sisters, please don't misunderstand. The main character of the movie is Zheng Shuai, not Qin Feng." As soon as Rao Sherman mentioned Zheng Shuai's name, all the girls went crazy and the scene exploded out of control. "Ah, did Zheng Shuai really star in the movie Hedonist Sovereign? Didn't you say that the Hong Kong Film Company canceled the collaboration because they thought Zheng Shuai was ugly? Ling Xian, your news is too lame. America's Film Corporation doesn't like Zheng Shuai, so they canceled his male lead role." Lin Bei said, "How come I heard that Zheng Shuai finished acting in the movie? I heard that he changed the tragic romance into a hilarious and nonsensical style." Li Yuqin mumbled. "Zheng Shuai's fame wasn't just for show. He was already famous all over the country. Zhao Lingxian and the other beauties were all in their 20s, and they usually paid attention to the entertainment industry's gossip. Of course, they knew Jing Shuai, and almost all of them were Zheng Shuai fans. Qin Feng watched as the beauties talked about Zheng Shuai and completely ignored him. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Shuai's contract wasn't terminated. The Hong Kong and America film companies are fighting to have him in the movie. Zheng Shuai's acting is the best in this movie, and he's the Prince Charming in Cuckoo's heart. Zhang, Cuckoo praised Qin Feng in all sorts of weird ways. Oh, right, Sherman. You must have Zheng Shuai's contact number, right? Quick, send it to me. Li Yuqin couldn't hold it in any more. She looked at Rao Sherman impatiently. The other girls also stared at Rao Sherman. They took out their phones and waited for Rao Sherman to reveal Zheng Shuai's private WeChat contact number. Ahem, the weather is pretty good today. Let's go surfing. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he coughed twice. The girls immediately regained their senses. They realized that they had neglected Qin Feng in their excitement. Lin Bei ran to Qin Feng and held his arm obediently. I am just a fan. I don't mean anything else. Let's go surfing. Big Boss Qin Feng is the best. Lu Jie stepped forward and tried to ease the atmosphere. The atmosphere was heated up by his words, but Qin Feng's face turned colder and colder. You're the one who's the best. The girls followed Qin Feng guiltily. They were amused when they saw Qin Feng's sullen expression. Qin Feng walked to the beach. After staying in Hero City for a while, he discovered another strange place in Hero City. It was winter now, and the capital and Acropolis City were cold and windy. The people on the streets were wearing sweaters and cotton-padded jackets. However, the temperature in Hero City was just right. It felt like spring all year round. The girls were still wearing skirts and shorts. Not only was the temperature strange, but the plants in Hero City did not wither either. It was green as far as the eye could see. Those who didn't know better would think that it was spring when they walked by. Master, it's because of the abundance of spiritual energy. Also, we're all martial artists, so our physiques are several times stronger than ordinary people. Naturally, our resistance to cold is also stronger. Therefore, we don't feel cold. Little Pig explained with telepathy. Qin Feng was stunned. If that's the case, when all the herb gardens in Hero City are planted with all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants, and the spiritual energy in Hero City would be more abundant, wouldn't it be like spring all year round? It would become a real paradise on Earth. Qin Feng seemed to have seen Hero City in the future. At that time, the city would be shrouded in clouds and mist, and one could touch the clouds with their hands. The city was filled with trees, and spiritual beasts were running happily in the forest. Qin Feng would bring the girls to cultivate in the mountains. When they were free, they would ride the Golden Eagle and travel thousands of miles in a day. Just thinking about it made him excited. As Qin Feng was lost in his thoughts, he realized that they had reached the beach. Zhang, Cuckoo, could not bear to see the sea. She stood by the beach and shouted, "See, why do you have so much water?" The girls were queuing up to board the yacht. When they heard Zhang Cuckoo's words, they almost fell to the ground. Big brother Qin Feng, I don't want to board the yacht. Let's go surfing. Zhang Cuckoo was very brave. She felt that sitting on the yacht was not exciting enough, so she asked Qin Feng to take her surfing. Qin Feng patted Zhang Cuckoo's head and stepped on a surfboard with her in his arms. Lu Jie was responsible for steering the yacht. He pulled Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo to the surface of the sea. Wow, it's so fast. The waves are hitting my face. The girls' yacht had set off, and they screamed at the top of the sea. Yunze, hurry up. Let's make a few sharp turns and drift. Yun Xiao, Lu Wenjing, Hua Yan, and the others were sitting on a yacht. Yun Xiao was still an ordinary person, so she screamed in fear. However, Hua Yan and the others felt that it was not exciting enough. They shouted for Yunzhe to continue accelerating, causing Yunzhe to be in a dilemma. Big brother Qin Feng, this is so boring. This yacht is not going fast at all. Zhang Cuckoo complained. Lu Jia had been driving the yacht with his foot on the accelerator. He was so angry that he almost jumped off the yacht when he heard Zhang Cuckoo's complaint. Cuckoo, this yacht can only go so fast. Qin Feng hugged Zhang Cuckoo tightly. Zhang Cuckoo was almost hanging on Qin Feng, so she did not feel that the yacht was going fast. She knew that she would not be in danger if she stayed with Qin Feng. Fatty, hurry up, or else I'll ask big brother Qin Feng to beat you up, Zhang Cuckoo complained. Lu Jia rolled his eyes and pretended that he did not hear Zhang Cuckoo's complaint. Qin Feng also felt that the yacht was too slow. It did not match his stage 9 inner chi strength at all. When the yacht was about to reach the edge of Devil Beast Mountain, Qin Feng suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. A gigantic sea monster was flying towards them from the deep sea. What kind of monster is that? Everyone be careful, Zhao Ling Xian exclaimed. Yunzhe, hurry up and turn back. It looks like a shark. Cloudy Sky responded quickly. Holy shit, how is that a shark? It's definitely a whale. No, it's even bigger than a whale. Hua Yan was so shocked that she did not know what to do. The sea monster was none other than the black tortoise. The commotion it caused was too great. Waves rose from the distant sea, and the waves were as high as 5 meters. It was as if a tsunami was coming. Lu Jia could no longer remain calm. He quickly turned the yacht around and said, "Oh my God, boss! A huge sea monster is sneaking into Hero City Sea. Let's go get reinforcements and kill it." Qin Feng was so angry that he almost kicked Lu Jie into the black tortoise's mouth. He hugged Zhang Cuckoo and leaped towards the waves. Qin Feng, come back quickly. Boss, we know you're powerful, but this is a huge sea monster. Don't act tough. Lu Jie was so scared that his face turned pale. Everyone stared at Qin Feng. They were so shocked that they forgot what they were supposed to do when they saw Qin Feng carrying Zhang Cuckoo toward the sea monster. Rumble! The black tortoise, which had been submerged in the water, suddenly leaped out of the sea. The waves rose more than 10 meters high and formed pillars of water. It was as magnificent as a fountain. Zhang Cuckoo finally regained her senses. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and stared at Qin Feng with widened eyes. Big brother Qin Feng, Cuckoo knows she's wrong. I won't tell those women that you're Zhang Shuai. Please don't feed me to the sea monster. Qin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry at Zhang Cuckoo's teasing. He liked this girl more and more. At this moment, Qin Feng landed on the black tortoise's shell. The surface area of the shell was so huge that it could drive a few cars around it. Wow, this giant toad is so scary. How did it grow so big? Zhang Cuckoo ran around the black tortoise's back like a madman. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He glared at Zhang Cuckoo and yelled, "Look closely. This is a giant turtle. Do you have a toad that looks like this?" Chapter 985. Lu Jie and the other men lost their cool when they saw Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo on the water monster's back. 3 dark shadows leaped into the water and landed on Black Turtle's back in a few breaths' time. "Don't be afraid, boss. Little brother Lu Jie is here. Big brother Qin Feng, leave with celebrity Cuckoo. We'll cover you. Brother-in-law, let's go." Lu Jie and Huang Jinghua pushed Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo away while Yunzhe smashed his fiery rod on Black Turtle's back. Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently and he almost fainted. "Yunze, quickly stop. This is my pet, not some big water monster." Qin Feng quickly stopped Yunzhe. If someone else dared to hit Black Turtle, Qin Feng would have kicked that person into the sea. Lu Jie and the other 2 men were stunned. They looked at Qin Feng as if they had senile dementia. "Boss, are you stupid? Is this a pet? Don't talk nonsense." Qin Feng kicked Lu Jie's butt and scolded, you're the stupid one. This little guy is called Black Turtle, and he's my good friend. Don't hurt him, or I won't be able to stop him if he gets angry." Back then, Qin Fun had used the system's synthesis interface to create the black tortoise. At that time, the black tortoise was only the size of Qin Fun's palm. Therefore, Qin Fun still liked to call his battle pets little guys. They were like Qin Fun's children. In his eyes, they would never grow up. However, Qin Feng's nickname made Lu Jie and the others sigh. Even Zhang Cuckoo was stunned. This guy is as big as a cruise ship, and you still have the cheek to call him little guy? Master, Black Turtle said to let that guy hit him a few more times. It feels good. Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng felt helpless again. He had underestimated the black tortoise's defensive ability. With Yun Zhe's current inner six-stage strength, attacking the black tortoise's turtle shell was really like massaging. "Boss, if this is really your pet, then we're leaving." Lu Jie was still in a daze. "Go back with Huang Jingua and protect those beauties. Otherwise, I'll throw you two into the sea to feed the fishes." Qin Feng glared at Lu Jie and jumped back to the yacht. Yun Zhe was about to leave when Qin Feng called him. Hee. "Brother Yunza, hit Black Tortoise a few more times." Yun Zhe was suddenly stunned. "Big brother Qin Feng, I don't dare. I didn't know this was your pet just now. Otherwise, why would I deal with him?" Qin Feng knew that Yun Zhe had misunderstood and explained with a chuckle, "That's not what I meant. This little guy just told me that it was very comfortable when you hit him, so he wants you to hit him a few more times." Yun Zhe finally understood. He felt as if his heart had been stabbed twice. Yun Zhe was a martial artist at the sixth stage after all, but the attack he launched was actually just to massage this big water monster. Zhang Cuckoo was still running around on Black Tortoise's back like a happy little bird. Qin Feng doted on Zhang Cuckoo so much that he released Flaming Dragon for Zhang Cuckoo to ride. With a sullen face, Yun Zhe sat on the black tortoise's back and used the fire rod to hit the black tortoise's shell over and over again. After Lu Jie and Huang Jingguo returned to their yacht, they told the sisters-in-law that Big Brother Qin Feng was not in danger. When the ladies found out that Black Tortoise was Qin Feng's pet, they were all stunned. "Master, Little Demon, also wants to ride the big water monster. Quick, let me ride it." Little Demon Rin looked at Black Tortoise and danced excitedly. However, her words were a little ambiguous. Qin Feng did not know whether Little Demon Rin wanted to ride the Black Tortoise or him. The other women also screamed. Their dolphin screams were even more deafening than the sound of the waves. Qin Feng ordered the Black Tortoise to slow down. All the women were martial artists, except for Cloudy Sky. They all jumped onto the Black Tortoise's back. Cloudy Sky was also brought up by Little Demon Rin and Hua Yan. "Wow, there's a horse on it. Does it have to be so cool?" Little Demon Ren was stunned when she saw Zhang Cuckoo running happily on Flaming Dragon. She also wanted to play. Master, can you get Little Demon a horse as well? Little Demon will be obedient and serve Master at all times." Little Demon Ren ran up and squatted beside Qin Feng. She held Qin Feng's arm and began to act coquettishly. Qin Feng patted Little Demon Ren's head. With a thought, the glacial snow mastiff leaped out. Most of the people present had joined the Hero Alliance. Qin Feng no longer hid his abilities in front of them. Instead, he displayed some of the system's abilities from time to time so that they could accept the existence of the system in the future. The glacial snow mastiff landed on the ground and shocked everyone. Lu Jie raised the Overlord Slash and was about to attack the glacial snow mastiff. However, the glacial snow mastiff's ice spike instantly froze him into an ice sculpture. "Everyone, don't be afraid. This is also my pet." Qin Feng hastily comforted the ladies and Huang Jingguo when he saw them getting ready for battle. Everyone was shocked once again. How many pets does Qin Feng have? Also, Why are Qin Feng's pets so different from others? Wow. Is this Master's pet too? Can I ride on it? Little Demon Rin jumped onto the glacial snow mastiff's back. The glacial snow mastiff only recognized Qin Feng as its master. It started to roar and jump around, scaring Little Demon Rin. Snow mastiff, that's your future mistress. Take her for a spin. Qin Feng communicated with the glacial snow mastiff telepathically. The wild and violent glacial snow mastiff instantly calmed down and became as docile as a big tabby cat. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. They saw Qin Feng go up and touch the glacial snow mastiff, and the ferocious beast immediately turned into a little lamb. The glacial snow mastiff was already running on the black tortoise's back with Little Demon Rin on it. Little Demon Rin shrieked excitedly, while Zhang Kuku rode the flaming dragon horse to chase after the glacial snow mastiff. The two girls were having a lot of fun. Qin Feng, I want to play too. Do you have any more pets? Zhao Lingxian and Lin Beibei also ran to Qin Feng's side and asked coquettishly. The other women looked at Qin Feng pitifully. Qin Feng had no choice but to release the flaming golden eagle. When the giant bird came out, it brought even more shock to everyone. The flaming golden eagle flew in the sky. Compared to the glacial snow mastiff and the flaming dragon horse, its presence was too shocking. Moreover, this stupid bird was arrogant, so Qin Feng had no choice but to put an invisibility cloak on the flaming golden eagle. The flaming golden eagle was huge. It could carry 7 to 8 people at a time. The rest of the women ran to the flaming golden eagle's back and soared in the sky above Hero City. The black tortoise was stealthily gliding on the surface of the sea while the flaming golden eagle circled in the sky. The scene was so spectacular that the women felt like they were dreaming. After playing for a while, the women changed their mounts. Those who rode on the golden eagle rode on the snow mastiff, while Zhang Kuku and Rin Xiao Yao rode on the golden eagle. These 3 pets were ferocious, brave, and skillful in battle. Now that they had become adorable pets for everyone to play with, Qin Feng felt that it was enough. Big brother Qin Feng, let's go surfing. Let the giant toad pull us along. After Zhang Kuku alighted from the flaming golden eagle, she ran to Qin Feng's side and looked at him mysteriously. Qin Feng did not think too much about it and jumped to the surface of the sea with Zhang Kuku in his arms. Qin Feng stepped on the surfboard and tied the rope to the black tortoise's tail. Zhang Kuku lay in Qin Feng's arms like an octopus. The black tortoise's speed was incredibly fast. Waves surged in all directions, and waves of water surrounded Qin Feng and Zhang Kuku. The women on the black tortoise's back could not even see Qin Feng and Zhang Kuku clearly. Huh, Kuku, what are you doing? Qin Feng felt that the black tortoise's speed was only compatible with his stage 9 inner chi. While he was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt his belt being unbuckled. Zhang Kuku had already come down from Qin Feng's back. She squatted on the surfboard and hugged Qin Feng's thighs tightly. She looked up at Qin Feng with a smirk, and Qin Feng felt like he was going to heaven. The black tortoise was extremely fast. Qin Feng surfed and waved at the same time. After squatting for a while, Qin Feng carried Zhang Kuku in his arms. Both of them surfed and waved at the same time. Zhang Kuku didn't even try to suppress her emotions. She screamed wildly in Qin Feng's ears, causing his blood to boil. Qin Feng, we're tired. Let's go back to the beach and have a barbecue. Hua Yan's voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind after he lost track of time. It came from the Hero Alliance. Qin Feng guessed that everyone was hungry. He and Zhang Kuku had reached the peak of the surf together. Kuku, we're going to the shore, Qin Feng reminded Zhang Kuku. Zhang Kuku was still immersed in Qin Feng's bravery. She looked at Qin Feng with her big, misty eyes and said, Oh, are we going to the shore so soon? What a pity. I'll sneak into your room tonight. I'm going to have fun for the whole night. Qin Feng realized that Zhang Cuckoo was very wild and crazy when she fought. She was also very strong. This girl was also very carefree. Qin Feng had to remind her, "Cuckoo, you're my woman. Don't mess around when I'm not around." Zhang Cuckoo glared at Qin Feng angrily. "I'm not a bad woman. I'm only fooling around with you because I like you, big brother Qin Feng. If it were someone else, I'd be disgusted." Qin Feng chuckled and hugged Cuckoo. Then he leaped onto the black tortoise's back and said, "Come on, let's go to the beach and have a barbecue." Zhang Cuckoo was still complaining that she had to go back after a while. As soon as both of them were on the black tortoise's back, Su Xiatian ran up to Qin Feng and complained, "Big brother Qin Feng, you're so naughty. Why did you bring Cuckoo with you? Why didn't you bring Xia Tian along? Aren't you tired after surfing for 3 hours?" Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo were shocked when they realized that the battle had lasted for 3 hours. Qin Feng pulled Su Xiatian into his arms and looked at the ladies awkwardly. "Ladies, let's go to the shore. I'll make a barbecue for all of you. I guarantee it'll be the most delicious barbecue you've ever tasted in your life." Chapter 986. The Black Tortoise carried the girls back to the shore. The beauties went to prepare the delicious ingredients, while Qin Feng, Lu Jie, and the others started a fire by the shore to prepare the barbecue. Starting a fire was not a problem at all. Qin Feng casually slapped a ball of fire of destruction with his palm. However, Qin Feng controlled the intensity of the fire of destruction. The intensity of the fire of destruction was similar to that of an ordinary flame. However, the fire of destruction still contained spiritual energy. It went without saying that it would be delicious to barbecue with such a rich spiritual energy flame. The ingredients for the girls had not been brought over yet, so Qin Feng sat by the seaside to enjoy the breeze. He looked at the great black tortoise, who was fishing and eating by the sea. Suddenly, he thought of the ancient giant beast remains gene he had received when he completed the William family mission. Qin Feng moved his mind, and the ancient giant beast remains gene appeared in his hand. He wondered if he could give this gene to the black tortoise. It was Qin Feng's first time looking at the ancient giant beast's DNA. It was a bottle of enchanting purple liquid that was stored in a small round bottle. It looked like a high-grade beverage. "Little pig, can you give this to Black Tortoise?" The Black Tortoise's current strength was already considered an overlord of the sea. If he drank this bottle of medicine, wouldn't he become the overlord of the entire sea? "Master, drinking the Black Tortoise is useless. The Black Tortoise is a battle pet and has its own genetic chain. If it drinks the genes of the ancient beast remains, it will break the Black Tortoise's original genetic chain. As a result, the 2 types of genes won't be able to be used," Little Pig explained. Qin Feng did not know much about the genes of ancient beasts, so he asked, "What is the use of this genofluid?" The genes of the ancient almighty beast remains are a complete copy of the genetic code. It's better to use it on ordinary objects. This way, it can fully unleash the power of the ancient almighty beast gene. Just like how Master wanted to give it to Qin Wudao, it would destroy Qin Wudao's original strength and ability. I don't know if this is good or bad. After listening to Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng finally understood. The genes from the remains of ancient beasts had a chance of activating some of the abilities of ancient beasts. Moreover, it was best to use it on ordinary people. This way, there wouldn't be a situation where they would mutually restrain each other. Was it just ordinary people or living creatures? Qin Feng couldn't find a suitable choice in such a short time. "Ah, I'm dying of thirst. I'm dying of thirst. What kind of drink is this? It's my first time seeing it. Is it delicious?" Qin Feng was thinking about who he should give this ancient beast's remains gene medicine to. Zhang Cuckoo had snatched the gene serum from his hand, and the girl had already finished it in one gulp. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He glared at Zhang Cuckoo and yelled, "Silly girl, who allowed you to drink it?" Qin Feng was scared to death. Even he didn't know what the effects of the ancient beast remains genofluid were. How could he let Zhang Kuku drink it? If something happened to her, Qin Feng wouldn't know what to do. It had been a long time since Zhang Kuku saw Qin Feng being so fierce. She said nervously, I am thirsty, so I drank it. Big brother Qin Feng, I'm sorry. What kind of drink is this? It smells weird. Zhang Kuku sat beside Qin Feng and began to act coquettishly. Qin Feng felt helpless. Kuku, can you calm down a little? You don't even know what that thing is, yet you drank it. Aren't you afraid of dying from the poison? Zhang Kuku's expression changed drastically. Poison? Is this for real? Big brother Qin Feng, please save Kuku. Kuku's body is so hot that my heart is about to stop beating. Qin Feng was amused by Zhang Kuku. He patted her head and said, all right, stop pretending. That's a bottle of ancient beast remains fluid. It's a good thing, but I've never used it before, so I don't know what will happen to your body. If you feel anything wrong with your body, tell me immediately. Qin Feng had asked Little Pig about it, and Little Pig said that the Geno fluid produced by the system wouldn't have any problems. Qin Feng was relieved. Zhang Kuku jumped in fright. It was her first time hearing about the ancient beast remains Geno fluid. What the hell is that? Big brother Qin Feng, will I turn into an ancient beast? I don't want to. Please let me turn back into the cute and adorable Kuku. Zhang Kuku grabbed Qin Feng's arm and yelled. She shook Qin Feng's arm so hard that it almost broke. At this moment, the other beauties rushed to Qin Feng with the ingredients they liked. Qin Feng did not want them to know about the ancient beast remains Geno fluid, so he patted Zhang Kuku's thigh and said, go to the washroom and spit it out. Zhang Kuku was taken aback for a moment. Then, she turned into a gust of wind and ran away. The ladies were not surprised by Zhang Kuku's careless behavior because she was always like this. Qin Feng, I'll leave the ingredients to you. Hurry up and roast them. The girls placed the ingredients beside Qin Feng and then ran to play on Black Tortoise's back. These ingredients were all pierced with pliers, and Qin Feng directly placed them on the rack to barbecue, because there was the spirit energy of the destructive fire to barbecue. Qin Feng didn't need to add other seasonings. Ah, it's a shark. It's really a shark this time. Perhaps it was the aroma of Qin Feng's barbecue that was too fragrant. A shark appeared in the middle of the beach and circled around the area. The ladies screamed in fear, while Black Tortoise bellowed at the shark disdainfully. The shark seemed to be afraid of Black Tortoise and retreated to a safe distance. Black Tortoise wanted to have a good meal with the shark, but it did not move. It lay quietly on the beach, probably because it was afraid of the ladies on its back. Damn shark! How dare you chase after me? I'll kill you! The ladies calmed down when they saw the shark did not dare to chase after them. Suddenly, they heard an angry roar coming from afar. The roar sounded like the roar of an ancient beast. Everyone was stunned when they saw Zhang Kuku driving a yacht and being chased by a shark. Kuku, it's Kuku, boss! Bad news! The superstar Kuku is being attacked by a shark. Let's go and save her. Lu Jie and the ladies were terrified and did not know what to do next. Qin Feng had already hopped onto a yacht and sped towards Zhang Kuku. While driving the yacht, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder, when did this silly girl drive a yacht to the deep-sea region? Qin Feng could hear the screams of the women behind him. In front of him was the scene of the shark chasing after Zhang Kuku at high speed. Zhang Kuku seemed to be annoyed by the shark's pursuit. She kept cursing at the shark. Qin Feng had no idea what she was thinking. Did Zhang Kuku think that the shark could understand her? To Qin Feng's surprise, Zhang Kuku was not afraid at all, even though the shark was about to catch up to her. Instead, she looked furious. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air. It turned out that the shark had rammed into the yacht. The yacht was sent flying into the air along with Zhang Kuku. Then the yacht began to fall. Zhang Kuku leaped and landed on the shark's back. Kuku, don't do anything stupid, Qin Feng shouted in fear, but Zhang Kuku did not seem to hear Qin Feng's voice. Her eyes were bloodshot. Riding on the shark's back, she punched the shark repeatedly. Bang! 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 Zhang Kuku was just an ordinary person. She used to punch Qin Feng, so Qin Feng knew that her punches were as weak as scratching an itch. However, every time Zhang Kuku punched the shark, a loud noise reverberated in the air. It was as if Zhang Kuku was holding a sledgehammer in her hand and hammering the shark with all her might. Roar! The shark let out a painful cry. It moved faster and faster, and its body was still struggling. Half of the shark's body was now above the water's surface. Zhang Kuku did not stop. She punched the shark and yelled, "Stinky shark, how dare you chase after me and crash my yacht? I'm going to ride you back to the beach." Qin Feng drove the yacht to Zhang Kuku's side, but he was not in a hurry to rescue her. Qin Feng was stunned. He did not need to rescue Zhang Kuku since the shark was already half dead. It was more appropriate for him to rescue the shark. Big brother Qin Feng, why isn't the shark moving? Zhang Kuku seemed to be exhausted. She suddenly smiled at Qin Feng innocently. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the shark had dyed the water red. "Kuku, are you all right? Get on the yacht." Qin Feng quickly pulled Zhang Kuku back to his yacht. The shark floated on the surface of the water and lay motionless. It was dead. The shark seems to be dead. It's so weak. Big brother Qin Feng, there are so many of us here. We can roast the shark. Zhang Kuku was not scared of being chased by a shark. Instead, she was still coveting the shark. Qin Feng couldn't understand what was going on. He carried Zhang Kuku in his arms and examined her from head to toe. He was only relieved when he was certain that Zhang Kuku was not injured. Then he stared at Zhang Kuku's head and fell into deep thought. "Master," Zhang Kuku drank the ancient giant beast's remains gene serum. "I think the serum's gene has awakened. That's why Zhang Kuku suddenly became so strong." Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng was shocked. The ancient giant beast's remains gene serum was so powerful? Zhang Kuku had only drunk it for half an hour. How could her body change so fast? "Master, the ancient giant beast's remains gene serum is very complicated. It takes a long time to fuse with it. I think Zhang Kuku was too emotional and triggered a part of the ancient giant beast's remains gene serum. That's why she became so strong. However, she will return to normal after a while. Once the ancient giant beast's remains gene serum is completely fused with Zhang Kuku, she will possess some of the ancient giant beast's abilities permanently." Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhang Kuku's transformation was for the better. Under Zhang Kuku's insistence, Qin Feng had no choice but to tie the shark to the back of the yacht. The yacht could not drag the shark. "Kuku, why did you drive the yacht to the sea?" "It's dangerous," Qin Feng asked as he caressed Zhang Kuku's head. Chapter 987. Qin Feng was rendered speechless. Zhang Kuku's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. Only Zhang Kuku would resort to seasickness in order to spit out the ancient giant beast's remains genetic fluid. "Kuku, the ancient giant beast's remains genetic fluid has completely assimilated into your body. You can't spit it out anymore." Qin Feng decided to have a good talk with Zhang Kuku. Otherwise, who knew what this silly lass would do when he wasn't by her side in the future? "I can't spit it out? What should I do? Will I turn into an ancient giant beast?" Zhang Kuku was on the verge of tears. Qin Feng patted Zhang Kuku's head and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. The ancient giant beast's remains genetic fluid is actually a very precious potion. The bottle you just drank is the only one on Earth. Many people can't buy it even if they want to. Is it that powerful? Will there be any side effects?" Zhang Kuku was indeed a simple-minded person. She was scared to death a moment ago, but now she was screaming excitedly. There shouldn't be any side effects. There's only one bottle of this potion, and even I haven't drunk it before. Therefore, I'm not sure if there will be any side effects. Contact me immediately if there's any abnormality in your body." Since Qin Feng had the hedonist sovereign system, he was not as worried about Zhang Kuku's health. If there was any abnormality in Zhang Kuku's body, Qin Feng would cure her even if he had to spend all his hedonist points. "What will happen to me after I drink the potion?" Zhang Kuku trusted Qin Feng. She was not worried about her body anymore. "You killed a big shark with just a few punches. What do you think will happen to me?" Zhang Kuku was so excited that she did not pay attention to the fact that she killed the big shark. Now that she saw the big shark behind the yacht, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Holy shit, Big Brother Qin Feng, did I kill the big shark? Didn't you come over and kill it?" Qin Feng was amused by Zhang Kuku's funny expression. He pinched her cheek and said, "The ancient giant beast's remains genetic fluid is a copy of the genetic code. After you drink the fluid, your body has a chance of activating some of the ancient giant beast's abilities. However, the activation process is a little slow. When the ancient giant beast's genes completely fuse with your body, you'll become a superwoman with infinite strength and amazing defense." Zhang Kuku was dumbfounded. She didn't know that there was such a magical medicine in the world. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Kuku suddenly shouted, "Ah, I don't want to be Superwoman. Superwoman's muscles are too big. I want to be Sailor Moon." Su Yan was speechless. At this time, Zhang Kuku was concerned about something else. "Fine, fine. You'll be the Sailor Moon from now on." Zhang Kuku was overjoyed. She jumped onto the shark's back and punched it hard with her little fist. She wanted to punch a hole in the shark's body, but as soon as her fist landed, Zhang Kuku cried out in pain. "Roar! It hurts so much." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was rendered speechless by Zhang Kuku. He leaped onto the shark's back and held Zhang Kuku in his arms to prevent her from falling into the sea. "Woo woo, Big Brother Qin Feng, you're lying. My strength didn't change." Qin Feng caressed Zhang Kuku's little hand and said, "I've told you that the fusion of genes is a long process. You are in danger, and the ancient giant beast gene was temporarily awakened, so your strength is only temporary." Zhang Kuku finally understood Qin Feng's explanation. Qin Feng was afraid that Zhang Kuku would brag to others about drinking the ancient giant beast gene, so he warned Zhang Kuku to keep it a secret. The yacht was anchored by the shore. Lu Jia, his men, and the beauties were already waiting by the shore. They rushed forward and surrounded Qin Feng and Zhang Kuku. "Qin Feng, are you all right? Kuku, are you trying to piss me off? Who told you to drive the yacht into the sea alone?" Rao Sherman was so anxious that she almost burst into tears. She scolded Zhang Kuku. Zhang Kuku knew that Rao Sherman was worried about her, so she ran to Rao Sherman and hugged her arm. "Hee, don't be afraid, Sherman. I drank the ancient." Qin Feng had warned Zhang Kuku for a long time on the way back. Zhang Kuku nodded her head repeatedly and agreed to his advice. However, the moment they got on the shore, Zhang Kuku almost spilled the beans. Qin Feng hastily cleared his throat and signaled Zhang Kuku to stop. Zhang Kuku came back to her senses and quickly corrected herself. "I drank the waha and drove the yacht. I'm not afraid of sharks, but I was still killed by Kuku." No one knew what Zhang Kuku was talking about, since no one could understand her. They were relieved when they saw that Zhang Kuku and Qin Feng were fine. All right, let's have some barbecue. The food is ready. Ladies, go ahead and have a taste. I'll roast the shark later." Qin Feng ordered Lu Jie and Huang Jinghua to dissect the shark, skewer it, and roast it on top of the fire of destruction. The beauties had already started eating the food Qin Feng roasted. "Wow, Qin Feng, your barbecue skills are amazing." Zhao Lingxian's eyes lit up. When Qin Feng said that he was the best barbecue chef, the beauties did not believe him. After all, they knew that Qin Feng was a good-for-nothing, hedonistic young master. It was already good enough that he could roast food that was edible. However, it seemed like that was not the case. These ingredients aren't seasoned at all, but they're still so delicious? This is amazing. Yun Zhe thought that the beauties were pretending to be delicious because they were giving Qin Feng face. However, when he took a bite of the chicken wing, he felt so delicious that he could fly. Qin Feng, quick, have a bite. Lin Bei passed the drumstick that she had taken a bite of to Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not mind it at all. He took a bite, and he was so happy that he wanted to cry. The beauties usually ate less to maintain their figures. However, they went crazy for lunch today. They ate skewers after skewers. Qin Feng and Lu Jie were responsible for roasting the meat on both sides. Both of them were so busy that they could not keep up with the speed of the beauties. Here it is. The shark is ready. Lu Jie excitedly grabbed a dozen pincers and handed them to his sisters-in-law. The beauties quickly went to taste the shark meat. Actually, the shark's fin was the most delicious part, but the other parts of the meat were coarse and tasted bad. However, after being roasted by the destructive fire, even the worst-tasting ingredient became incomparably delicious. After all, everyone was eating spiritual energy. Ah, this is amazing. Why do I feel like I have more inner qi after eating this meal? Su Qiuyu exclaimed in surprise. The other beauties also began to feel the qi in their bodies, and they were all stunned. It's really improved. Qin Feng, don't go. From now on, cook for us every day. That way, we can break through without cultivating. Zhao Lingxian came up and hugged Qin Feng. She did not want to let go. Now that Hua Yan was a dual elemental demon cultivator, she already understood the reason. The flames that Qin Feng roasted were clearly demonic flames. No wonder everyone felt like they were cultivating when they ate. However, Hua Yan was wrong. Qin Feng's destructive fire was not demonic flames. It was myriad beast true fire. If Hua Yan knew this, she would be shocked. The girls ate until their bellies were slightly bulging. However, their eyes were still glued to the barbecue stall. Seeing Qin Feng, Lu Jie, and the other grown men eating happily, the beauties were drooling over the barbecue. Everyone, go back and rest after eating. I'll cook more for you tomorrow. Don't burst your bellies. Qin Feng was amused by the women's eager looks. Qin Feng had already withdrawn his fire of destruction, so the women could only reluctantly leave. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. On the way back to the hotel, the women all had thoughtful looks on their faces. They were still thinking about Qin Feng because it was time to divide the rooms at night. The women all walked to the entrance of the hotel, but none of them went in. They all stood at the entrance and waited for Qin Feng to come back. Zhao Lingxian, it's very windy outside. Go back and rest. Bai Qing usually bickered with Zhao Lingxian, but today she took the initiative to care about her. Bai Qing, stop pretending. You just want to send me away so you can kidnap Qin Feng yourself, right? I won't fall for it. Zhao Lingxian was very smart. Seeing that her intentions had been seen through, Bai Qing ignored Zhao Lingxian. The other women all remained silent. They hadn't seen Qin Feng in a long time, and they all wanted to spend the night with him. Ren Xiao Yao looked at the row of beauties at the entrance and felt uncertain. Most of these women were in a relationship with Qin Feng. Ren Xiao Yao felt that even Liu Chen's status was higher than hers, and she was only Qin Feng's servant. Ren Xiao Yao was forced by the Ren family to confirm her relationship with Qin Feng. However, the competition was so fierce, and she felt that she had no hope. At this moment, Longhair chuckled and ran over. Sisters-in-law, Big Brother Qin Feng, said he wanted to go for a walk at the beach after dinner. Which sister-in-law has the time to go find him at the beach? Just as Longhair finished speaking, his eyeballs fell to the ground. He found that the row of sisters-in-law who had been standing at the entrance of the hotel had all disappeared. They had all run towards the beach. Sister-in-law, aren't you going to take a walk at the beach? After Longhair came back to his senses, he found that Ren Xiaoyao was still standing at the entrance of the hotel. Ren Xiaoyao finally came back to her senses. She carefully asked, "Big brother Longhair, who told you to tell me this?" "Oh, it was your grandmother who came to tell me. She told me to tell you that young Master Qin wants to take you for a walk." Ren Xiaoyao slapped her forehead. Last night, the Ren family had gone to her room to persuade her for a long time, and said that they would think of a way to send the other women away. So they were serious. Haha, I am a bit tired, so I won't go for a walk. You go do what you need to do. Ren Xiaoyao laughed guiltily. All right, I won't disturb sister-in-law Ren's rest. Longhair didn't see anything fishy, and foolishly ran to the entrance of Hero City to continue guarding. Sanjiang. Chapter 988. They've been tricked, eh? Yao Yao, why are you standing here by yourself? Come, let's go in together. Ren Xiaoyao was in a daze when she realized that Qin Feng had walked back. Okay. Ren Xiaoyao was nervous because she was going to offer herself to Qin Feng tonight. Xiaoyao, something's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Qin Feng walked into the hotel and realized that Ren Xiaoyao kept her head down and her shoulders were trembling. And nothing. Master, Yao Yao hasn't given you a bath and a back rub in a long time. Did you want to go to Yao Yao's room? Qin Feng didn't think much of it. He had played with the girls all day and was really exhausted. It was good to relax at Ren Xiaoyao's place. Okay, I'll go sit there. The two walked to Ren Xiaoyao's room. Qin Feng dragged some clothes and lay on the sofa. He felt like he was at home. Just as Ren Xiaoyao was about to close the door, she realized that a few heads were poking out from the door. Her parents, grandmother, third aunt, and fourth uncle were all at the door. They were winking at Ren Xiaoyao, causing her to scream in fear. Yao Yao, are you okay? Qin Feng looked at the door. Ren Xiaoyao hurriedly closed the door and even locked it. No, it's fine. Master, wait a moment, I'll go fill the bath water. Ren Xiaoyao blushed. Qin Feng felt that this lass was acting strangely tonight. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. Soon, Ren Xiaoyao came out of the bathroom. She was originally wearing a black noble dress, but now she only had a white bath towel draped over her. Her shoulders and jade legs were exposed. You changed your clothes? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Ren Xiaoyao was a top-grade beauty. Moreover, this girl was from a big family. Her actions revealed the arrogance of a young miss. This kind of aura was very attractive to Qin Feng. Master, I was sweating when I was eating, so I changed the bath towel. Let me help you change your clothes and bathe. Ren Xiaoyao was about to die from embarrassment. This wasn't the first time she had bathed and scrubbed Qin Feng's back. Ren Xiaoyao was used to these things, but she had a more important mission tonight. She had to take the initiative to push Qin Feng down. Just thinking about it made Ren Xiaoyao feel embarrassed. Qin Feng had already taken off his clothes and was lying in the bathtub. As usual, little Yao rubbed Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng was tired from the whole day, so he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. After sleeping for who knew how long, Qin Feng suddenly felt that something wasn't right, so he abruptly opened his eyes. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? When Qin Feng woke up, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He didn't know when Little Demon had climbed into the bathtub, but the two of them were taking a Mandarin duck bath. Ren Xiaoyao had just taken off her clothes and came in. She had been sitting in the bathtub, feeling conflicted. Seeing Qin Feng fall asleep, Ren Xiaoyao knew this was her best chance. However, before she could react, Qin Feng had already woken up. Master, take me. Ren Xiaoyao gritted her teeth and pounced forward. How could Qin Feng resist this little vixen's temptation? He quickly started fighting with Ren Xiaoyao. The two of them stayed in the bathtub for a while, then went to the big bed. After who knew how long, there was a hurried knock on the door. Master. Ren Xiaoyao finally recovered from her daze and hugged Qin Feng tightly with a coquettish expression. "Someone's looking for you." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Ren Xiaoyao. It was already so late, but Ren Xiaoyao wasn't playing with the other women in Hero City. Could it be that a man was looking for Ren Xiaoyao? "Master, don't misunderstand Xiaoyao. It's probably your other women." Ren Xiaoyao hugged Qin Feng even tighter. Tonight, she had schemed to seduce Qin Feng. Ren Xiaoyao was afraid that Qin Feng would abandon her after finding out the truth. "My women? Why are they looking for you?" Qin Feng was puzzled. Ren Xiaoyao was so nervous that her body trembled. She still told Qin Feng the truth about the plan that the Ren family gave her. After hearing it, Qin Feng was speechless. "Master, Xiaoyao is wrong. Xiaoyao shouldn't have lied to Master. Ren Xiaoyao was the daughter of the sacred medic hall. When Qin Feng first saw her in Warrior Town, this woman was arrogant and noble. Now, she was as weak as a servant girl." Qin Feng couldn't help but hug Ren Xiaoyao tighter. He patted her head and said, "Xiaoyao, since we did it tonight, you are my woman from now on. Don't worry about other things. In the future, when I'm not in Hero City, you should spend more time with the other sisters. Don't be alone." Ren Xiaoyao thought that Qin Feng would be angry. She didn't think that he would speak to her gently. Ren Xiaoyao's worry immediately dissipated. "Xiaoyao will remember Master's words. I will spend more time with the other sisters. When Master is not here, Xiaoyao will live and die with Hero City." Qin Feng carried Ren Xiaoyao off the bed. Then the two of them put on their clothes. Qin Feng went to open the door, and a group of beauties rushed in. "You vixen, you're too sinister. You used such a method to trick Qin Feng. Qin Feng really is here. Sisters, come in and find Qin Feng." The women stood in a row, looking as if they were going to teach Ren Xiaoyao a lesson. Ren Xiaoyao hid behind Qin Feng in fear. Even Qin Feng felt quite nervous. Why did he feel as if he had been caught in the act? "Don't bully my girl. I came up with this idea. If you're unhappy, come at me." Another group of people rushed in. It was the Ren family. That's right. I came up with this idea, and it was also the lie I told that big, yellow-haired man. If you have the guts, then beat this old granny to death." Ren Xiaoyao's grandmother stood in front of the women. Although Zhao Lingxian and the other women were angry, they were all kind-hearted girls who respected the elderly and loved the young. They were at their wits' end because of Ren Xiaoyao's grandmother. "Grandma, don't be so agitated. Go back to your room and rest. I'll take care of this." Qin Feng went up and gave the Ren family a look. Ren Xiaoyao's parents immediately understood. After hearing that their daughter had pushed Qin Feng down, they excitedly called out to the Ren family and left. After the Ren family left, the women glared at Ren Xiaoyao. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Lingxian and Lu Wenjing to his side and looked at the other women as he said, "Everyone stop messing around. Xiaoyao is also one of my people. I'll stay with Xiaoyao tonight. After I leave Hero City, you guys can get along well. We're all family." Hearing this, the women were at their wits' end. They had thought that Qin Feng and Ren Xiaoyao had not done anything, but it seemed that this was not the case. After the women left, Ren Xiaoyao gratefully ran over to Qin Feng's side. The two of them had not had enough fun, so Ren Xiaoyao pulled Qin Feng onto the bed and started to serve her master. Sanjiang. Chapter 989. Qin Feng stayed in Hero City for 3 days straight. He calculated that it was about time for him to head to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. But before he left, he wanted to help his brothers and women in Hero City increase their realms. That way, if anyone came to challenge Hero City in the future, Qin Feng would not have to worry too much. Qin Feng was sitting in a herb garden, and his consciousness entered the Hedonist sovereign system. After completing the William family's mission, Qin Feng had saved 280,000 Hedonist points. Activating the star technology interface required 500,000 hedonist points, which was obviously not enough. Little Pig, is there any medicinal pill in the system that can help Zhao Lingxian and the others break through? Qin Feng planned to spend some hedonist points to help everyone level up and save some hedonist points to forge a galaxy flying sword. Master, there are many medicinal pills in the system that can help everyone level up. However, Master has too many women and brothers. It would be a great loss for Master to buy all of them, Little Pig said. Do you have a good suggestion? Master, you can set up a spirit gathering formation in Hero City. Hero City's location is very good. With the spirit gathering formation, Zhao Lingxian and the others will be able to break through very quickly, Little Pig said. Spirit gathering formation? Qin Feng thought of the 5 elemental formations secret book that he obtained from the mission. This secret book recorded simple formations and knowledge on how to break them. When Qin Feng and Hua Yan explored the ancient martial arts ruins in the provincial capital's Ghost Mountain, they used the 5 elemental formation to break many formations in the ruins. Qin Feng searched through the 5 elemental formation memory and found the method to set up a spirit gathering formation. After looking through it, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the spirit gathering formation. Setting up and breaking formations were very profound knowledge. As early as the 3 Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang often used formations to subdue his enemies. Setting up a formation required a lot of supplementary materials. This was the first time Qin Feng had actually set up a formation. Although it was the most common spirit gathering formation, he still studied it for a while. After preparing all the materials needed to set up the formation, Qin Feng started to set up the formation. He took out more than 30 low-grade spirit stones from the Emerald Spirit Ring. If he wanted to maintain the normal operation of a formation, he needed materials like spirit stones as a source of energy. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng placed over 30 spirit stones in front of him and continuously circulated his inner qi onto the spirit stones. First, Qin Feng had to inscribe some rune markings on these spirit stones so that they could be integrated into the operation of the formation. After working for half a day, more than 30 spirit stones were completed. A layer of faintly discernible golden runes appeared on the surface of the originally glossy jade stones. So. Qin Feng waved his hand, and spirit stones filled the sky. Then they landed around the herb garden, forming a circle with a circumference of 30 meters. This circular area was the area where Qin Feng had set up the spirit gathering formation. With the spirit gathering formation in operation, the surrounding spiritual energy would automatically be absorbed and condensed into the formation. Sitting inside the spirit gathering formation, Qin Feng could clearly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increasing continuously. After spending an entire day, Qin Feng finally completed the preliminary stage of this spirit gathering formation. The range of the spirit gathering formation wasn't large. It could accommodate 20 people cultivating inside at the same time. If he wanted to set up a spirit gathering formation that covered the entire Hero City, it was clearly impossible with Qin Feng's current strength. Master, the spirit gathering formation is located in the center of the herb garden. It can automatically condense the spiritual energy released by the surrounding spiritual herbs and spiritual plants. Also, the spiritual energy drifting from Devil Beast Mountain will also be condensed. The speed of cultivating inside the spirit gathering formation will be at least 2 times faster than outside. Qin Feng was slightly shocked when he heard Little Pig's voice. Qin Feng only spent a day to set up this small spirit gathering formation. He didn't expect it to be so useful. Qin Feng thought that when he became stronger in the future, he would set up a spirit gathering formation and some other overlapping formations. Then, wouldn't the entire Hero City become a holy land for cultivation? Little Pig could read Qin Feng's thoughts. It continued to say, Master, you used low-grade spirit stones to set up the spirit gathering formation. This small formation can last for a month. If you use mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones or even rarer energy items like ice crystals and sea spirit stones, the formation will last longer and its effects will be greatly improved. There are many types of spirit gathering formations. Master, this is the most basic spirit gathering formation. It can only condense ready-made spiritual energy. For example, the spiritual energy produced by spiritual herbs and spiritual plants, or the spiritual energy drifting from Devil Beast Mountain. However, the stars in the universe and everything in the world actually contains spiritual energy. Many objects produce spiritual energy that needs to be transformed before they can condense. For example, the Song River that separates Devil Beast Mountain and Hero City. Every day, the ebb and flow of the river will produce energy. This energy contains spiritual energy. At the place where the river converges into the sea, there is spiritual energy that has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years at the bottom of the sea. However, these spiritual weapons won't come out by themselves. If Master can set up a formation to draw them over, then it will be a real spirit gathering formation. Qin Feng was a bit fascinated as he listened. He thought of the vast and endless sea, the barren and boundless galaxy and stars. Qin Feng suddenly felt how insignificant he was. In China, Qin Feng was one of the 9 dragons. He was one of the most powerful martial artists in the secular world. But what about the entire martial arts world? What about the entire world? A year ago, Qin Feng was still a powerless, hedonistic young master. Although he had grown stronger and stronger, Qin Feng's horizons had also increased. He realized that no matter how strong he was, there would always be an even stronger enemy waiting for him. Now it was the godly dragon. But after defeating the godly dragon, would there be an expert of another level? Qin Feng's mind was full of thoughts. He had obtained the hedonist sovereign system for almost a year, and it was only now that he began to truly understand the power of the system. Qin Feng didn't even know how many of the interfaces of the system he had unlocked in the past year. The existing interfaces were all more powerful than the last, so what astonishing things would appear in the hidden interfaces? Qin Feng found it hard to imagine. Qin Feng, so you're here. I couldn't find you for a whole day. Qin Feng was deep in thought when he heard a bell-like complaint. Zhao Lingxian and the other women ran to the medicine garden. They had been looking for Qin Feng for a whole day. HM, the spiritual qi here is so dense. It's more than twice as dense as the other places in Hero City. Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao were the strongest out of all the women. As soon as they came to Qin Feng's side, they discovered that something was wrong. It really is dense. Qin Feng can't be cultivating here, right? All of the women looked at Qin Feng curiously. Qin Feng composed himself and came back to his senses. What little pig had just said was using the spirit essence of the great rivers and rivers, the power of the stars, and the power of the universe. These were things that were too far away from Qin Feng's current level. Even the 5 elemental formations didn't mention these formations. It only mentioned the most basic spirit gathering formation. I've set up a spirit gathering formation in this medicine garden. This formation can last for a month. In the future, everyone can cultivate here. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Qin Feng explained the reason to the women. All of them were women that Qin Feng had already decided on. Qin Feng had nothing to hide in front of them. Spirit gathering formation? Isn't this a legendary formation? Did you set up this formation yourself? Qin Feng, you're amazing. Hua Yan exclaimed. Rin Xiaoyao was also astonished. When the 3 of them went to explore the Ghost Mountain ancient martial ruins, only Chen Er Nyang knew a thing or two about arrays. Chen Er Nyang even tricked everyone. She didn't expect Qin Feng to also know how to set up an array. Moreover, he had completed a spirit gathering array by himself. Hua Tua and Hua Bei had already sensed the abundant spiritual qi in this medicine garden. When they saw Qin Feng, Hua Tuo understood everything. Lu Jie, Yun Zhe, and Huang Jingguo were also here. Long Hair also ran over. All the people that Qin Feng had introduced to the ancient martial arts gathered around Qin Feng. Everyone could feel the abundant spiritual qi around them. They couldn't help but sit down and start cultivating. Ling Xian, eat this pill. Qin Feng stayed by everyone's side and carefully observed everyone's changes. When someone was about to break through, Qin Feng would go up and help. Without hesitation, Zhao Lingxian opened her mouth and ate the pill that Qin Feng fed her. A majestic wave of spiritual qi spread through Zhao Lingxian's body and filled her meridians and bones. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Zhao Lingxian successfully broke through. Perhaps it was because of her natural charm, but she leveled up much faster than the other women. Within a few hours, she had broken through to stage 4 inner qi. Qing Qing, open your mouth. When Jing, don't rush. You still need to cultivate for a while. Bei Bei, the way you circulate your qi is wrong. Let me guide you. Bang, 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 bang. After Zhao Lingxian broke through, a series of loud sounds rang out in the surroundings. One by one, the beauties began to break through their bottlenecks. They had been stuck at their bottlenecks for a long time. Previously, no one had guided them. Now, that Qin Feng used the pill and abundant spiritual qi to help everyone. They successfully broke through their bottlenecks. Lin Bei Bei, Bai Qing, Lu Wenjing, and Long Hair all broke through to stage 3 inner qi. Due to her constitution, Zhao Lingxian broke through to stage 4 inner qi. Hua Yan, Rin Xiaoyao, and Huang Jingguo all broke through to stage 8 inner qi. Lu Jie, Yun Zhe, and Su Qiu, you also broke through to stage 7 inner qi. Yun Xiao, Su Xiatian, Liu Qin, and the beauty duo were all ordinary people. After Qin Feng helped them break through to stage 1 inner qi, they felt the huge changes in their bodies and were stunned. Everyone broke through quickly and were very happy. They cultivated until midnight and couldn't stop. Qin Feng saw that Zhao Lingxian broke through twice in the middle of the night. He was afraid that there would be side effects if she broke through too quickly, so he stopped Zhao Lingxian from cultivating and helped her stabilize her current strength. Qin Feng, why you come with me to a place? Zhao Lingxian suddenly looked at Qin Feng with a charming expression on her face. Zhao Lingxian was a natural charm. Ever since she had sex with Qin Feng, she emitted a seductive aura. Especially after she started cultivating, this aura became even more intense. Now that Zhao Lingxian had broken through to stage 4 inner qi, she was like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. Sanjiang, Chapter 990. Qin Feng didn't know why Zhao Lingxian was looking for him, so he followed her to a nearby herb garden that had no one around. The herb garden was filled with all sorts of spirit grasses and spirit beads. Some of the spirit beads were so big that they blocked their line of sight. It was night time, so the two of them couldn't see the people cultivating on the other side of the herb garden. Ling Xian, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. In the future, spend more time with your sisters. If anyone comes to cause trouble in Hero City, you have to tell me first. Thinking about leaving tomorrow, Qin Feng couldn't let go of his women and friends. Zhao Lingxian leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. Ever since Qin Feng had returned, she hadn't had a chance to talk to him like this. Don't worry. Right now, our strength has increased, and your spirit gathering matrix can last for another month. We'll definitely train harder, and we won't let anyone harass Hero City anymore. I've specifically asked Lu Jie about you joining the martial arts tournament, and he said that all the sects outside the world of martial artists will be there. You have to be careful. As Zhao Lingxian spoke, she became more and more worried about Qin Feng. She suddenly flipped over and sat on Qin Feng's body, wanting to vent the uneasiness in her heart. Under the moonlight, Zhao Lingxian looked incredibly beautiful. Qin Feng didn't resist at all. He stretched out his hand, hugged Zhao Lingxian, and started to passionately kiss her. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian ignored the people cultivating in the spirit-gathering formation. The two of them became one, and it was as if they were the only two people left in the world. Zhao Lingxian hadn't experienced the things between a man and a woman in a long time, so she was very passionate tonight. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, and as it fell into Qin Feng's ears, he felt as if his body was about to burn up. The sky gradually brightened, and Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian stopped cultivating. After a night of cultivation, Lin Bei Bei and the others felt that their strength had increased by quite a bit. When the sky became bright, everyone rested and came to find Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian had long since put on their clothes and were sitting on the top of a mountain, watching the sunrise. The other beauties also sat in a row next to Qin Feng, watching the sunrise in the east. The scene was beautiful and peaceful, and everyone felt warm and content. They wished that time could stop at this moment. Lu Jie, Yunzhe, I'm going. Help me look after Hero City in the future. Huang Jinghua, long hair, continue being the protectors of Hero City. Senior, Hua Tua, why don't you stay in Hero City and help me increase everyone's realm? Refine whatever medicinal pills they need for a breakthrough. Qin Fin gave different instructions to everyone. Everyone nodded, but Qin Fin didn't give any instructions to the women. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to finish talking until the night came. Qin Fin left. His figure gradually disappeared from the outskirts of Hero City. In the end, he turned into a shadow. No one sent him off. They stood at the top of the mountain and watched Qin Fin leave. All the women wept silently. They didn't know how long Qin Fin would have to wait before he could come back and reunite with them. They kept the words of farewell in their hearts. Everyone's faces were red as they silently prayed in their hearts. Qin Feng, you must come back safe and sound. Qin Fin wasn't a pretentious person. Although he was a bit reluctant, he quickly calmed down. After leaving Hero City, Qin Fin prepared to go to the capital. Qin Fin didn't know the specifics of the martial arts circle convention, so he planned to ask his grandfather, Qin Shitian. I'm Qin Fin. Qin Fin walked out of the terminal of the capital's international airport. As soon as he turned on his phone, it rang. Brat, I'm your grandpa Dongfang. Where are you? Come to the Dongfang garden. Qin Fin was stunned. He didn't expect it to be Dongfang Mingwang. Back in the Dragon Gate, Qin Fin heard from Yan Wushuang that among the 9 dragons of China, the 5 dragons were conferred the title of Marquis, and the divine dragon was conferred the title of King. Any expert who was conferred the title of Marquis would be given a private territory by China. Dongfang Mingwang was given the Dongfang Garden, and he built it into the Dongfang family's old mansion. Qin Fin hadn't been there yet. Grandpa Dongfang, I have something urgent to do. Just tell me over the phone, said Qin Fin. Brett, you are my grandson-in-law. Do you think I can invite you? Don't forget that I was the one who protected you for a while when you were defeated in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Dongfang Mingwang complained. Qin Fin was speechless. He smiled and said, That's not what I meant. I really have something urgent to do. I just came from Acropolis City, and I need to go back to the Qin Mansion to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Conference. If Dongfang Mingwang didn't remind Qin Fin, he would have forgotten that he had a fiancée, Dongfang Qingshui. Haha. Oh, Tianyi, you want to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Conference? Then don't say anything else. Where are you? I'll send a car to pick you up. I just left the airport. Qin Fin was confused by Dongfang Mingwang's words. All right, the car will be here in 10 minutes. If you run away, I'll go to the Qin Mansion and fight with your grandpa. Qin Shitian, before Qin Fin could speak. Dongfang Mingwang hung up. Qin Fin was speechless. He could only wait in the airport lobby. In less than 10 minutes, a military Hummer stopped outside the lobby. The cool red military license plate attracted many onlookers. an old man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car. Qin Fen had already walked out of the lobby. He knew this old man. He was the old butler of the Dongfang family. "Uncle Lin, long time no see." Qin Fen greeted. "Young Master Qin, please get in the car. The master has already prepared food and wine to welcome you." Butler Lin was very polite to Qin Fen. Although he was much older than Qin Fen, he used honorifics when speaking to Qin Fen. After all, Qin Fen was one of the 9 dragons of China. His status was equal to Dongfang Mingwang. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Lin." Qin Fen got into the Hummer under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. The car rumbled and sped away. In the car, the driver was focused on driving. Butler Lin sat in the passenger seat, and Qin Fen was alone in the back. Qin Fen hadn't seen Dongfang Mingwang in a long time. He didn't know why this old man suddenly wanted to see him. "Uncle Lin, why is Grandpa Dongfang looking for me? You should know, right?" Uncle Lin quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Young Master Qin, I don't dare to ask too much about the master. Please wait patiently. We'll arrive at the Dongfang Garden in 10 minutes. When you see the master, you can ask him yourself." Seeing that Uncle Lin didn't say anything, Qin Fen simply leaned against the leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car drove steadily until it finally arrived at the Dongfang family's old residence. The Dongfang Garden was very large. It occupied a large piece of land in the provincial capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Just driving from the entrance to the main residence took more than 10 minutes. It was much more luxurious than the current Qin Manor. "Haha, grandson-in-law Qin Fen, I've finally invited you." When the car stopped in front of the main residence, Dongfang Mingwang came to greet them. There was a large line of people standing at the entrance. They were all the main relatives of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Qing Shui and Dongfang Haoran were also standing in the crowd. "Grandpa Dongfang, don't slap my face. If you wanted me to come, how could I not come?" Qin Fen and Dongfang Mingwang had known each other for a long time. They had a good relationship, so Qin Fen didn't say any polite words and started to complain. Dongfang Mingwang liked Qin Fen's personality. He patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You stinking brat, now that you've become the Green Dragon of China. You're quite capable. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I called you here?" "How would I dare to do that? Why don't you tell me why you're looking for me?" Qin Fen went straight to the point. Dongfang Mingwang wasn't in a hurry. He looked at the crowd and said, "Come, let me introduce you. These are your parents, that's your third aunt, that's your second uncle, and that's your grandmother. You stinking brat, why don't you call someone?" Dongfang Mingwang introduced all the important relatives in his family. Then he glared at Qin Fen with a cold expression. Qin Fen's mouth twitched. Was this old man trying to force him into a marriage? "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I haven't developed a relationship with Qin Fen yet. I'm not sure if it'll work out or not." Dongfang Qing Shui couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to protest. Qin Fen's gaze fell on Dongfang Qing Shui. She wore a snow-white dress and white knee socks. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her eyes twinkled like the stars in the night sky. They hadn't seen each other for a while, but Dongfang Qing Shui was still so ethereal and moving. Her expression was calm, as if nothing in the world had anything to do with her. While Qin Fen was examining Dongfang Qing Shui was also looking at Qin Fen. However, she was glaring at Qin Fen coldly. For months ago, the two of them met a few times at Jindu University. At that time, Dongfang Qing Shui didn't know that Qiao Feng was Qin Fen. At that time, she purposely got close to Qiao Feng and wanted to use Qiao Feng to chase away those annoying suitors. At the same time, she also wanted to anger her fiancé, Qin Fen. In the end, Dongfang Qing Shui found out that Qin Fen was Qiao Feng. This made her very unhappy. She felt like she was being played by Qin Fen. As the pearl of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qing Shui's pride and backbone were incomparable. When she thought about how Qin Fen had never taken the initiative to look for her since they were engaged, let alone show concern for her, Dongfang Qing Shui felt angry and humiliated. Seeing that Qin Fen wasn't willing to call someone, Dongfang Mingwang couldn't do anything. He suddenly smiled at Dongfang Haoren and said, "Haoren, what are you waiting for? Your brother-in-law is here. Hurry and call him brother-in-law." Dongfang Haoren had seen Qin Fen in the soaring cloud manner before. At that time, Qin Fen was still Qiaofeng. Now, of the capital's 4 young masters, Lu Shu, Yang Kan, and Sima Xiang were all Qin Fen's underlings. Rumors said that Dongfang Haoren was also Qin Fen's underling. Although Qin Fen had never made things difficult for Dongfang Haoren for Dongfang Qing Shui's sake, Dongfang Haoren still felt a bit uncomfortable. He had a bit of enmity towards Qin Fen. "Grandpa, my big sister will marry whoever she likes. It's the 21st century now, so don't force my big sister. Before my big sister takes the initiative to say that she likes Qin Fen, I won't call him brother-in-law." Dongfang Haoren angrily glared at Qin Fen, but Qin Fen only smiled. He had too many women now and didn't plan on having a relationship with Dongfang Qing Shui. Moreover, this woman was Dongfang Mingwang's granddaughter. She was cold, arrogant, and noble. If he really took her, then his harem would explode. If they really fought, Qin Fen wouldn't be able to blame Dongfang Qing Shui. Sanjiang. Chapter 991. "You stinking brat, do you want a rebel? Quickly call me brother-in-law." Qin Feng and Dongfang Qing Shui didn't like each other, so Dongfang Haoren also joined in. This angered Dongfang Mingwang to death. He glared at Dongfang Haoren and scolded him. The old patriarch was China's red dragon, so his prestige was quite strong. Although Dongfang Haoren wasn't happy, he could only look at Qin Feng and say, "Brother-in-law!" Qin Feng wasn't prepared to agree, but Dongfang Mingwang suddenly said, "That's right. We're all family. If you call him brother-in-law, Qin Feng will definitely agree. Otherwise, I'll kill him with one slap." Qin Feng felt a boundless and profound aura erupt from Dongfang Mingwang. His body trembled and he laughed, "Haha. Little brother Haoren, if you encounter any problems in the capital in the future, just use the name of your brother-in-law. I guarantee it will be useful." Seeing Qin Feng succumb so quickly to her grandfather's tyranny, Dongfang Qing Shui glared at Qin Feng. She felt that Qin Feng had no backbone. Qin Feng felt extremely sullen and ignored Dongfang Qing Shui's disdainful gaze. "Your grandfather is scaring me, not you, so of course you're not afraid." "Haha, come. Today, the Dongfang family's grandson-in-law is here. This is China's azure dragon, Qin Feng. Our Dongfang court is basking in his glory." Dongfang Mingwang's face changed faster than flipping a book. Qin Feng cursed this shameless old man in his heart. Because of Qin Feng's identity, the Dongfang family's relatives didn't dare to put on airs in front of him. Moreover, Dongfang Mingwang loved Qing Shui the most. Sooner or later, Qin Feng would become Qing Shui's man. In the future, the Dongfang family might even belong to Qin Feng. "Haha, Senior Azure Dragon, I've heard a lot about you. It's rare to see you today. You're truly a dragon among men. It's our Qing Shui's good fortune to be able to follow such an outstanding talent like Qin Feng. When your wedding date is set, the Qin family and the Dongfang family will be one family. You will be the strongest family in the capital." Everyone crowded around Qin Feng and entered the main residence. Dongfang Qing Shui and Dongfang Haoren were the lowest, so they could only follow at the back. Half a year ago, when Dongfang Qing Shui first found out that her grandfather had betrothed her to Qin Feng, Dongfang Qing Shui was extremely against it. At that time, Qin Feng was just a hedonistic young master of Acropolis City and had a notorious reputation. Not long after that, Qin Feng rose to the heavens and became one of China's 9 dragons, the Azure Dragon. seeing Qin Feng receive the entire Dongfang family's warm welcome. Dongfang Qingxue was so angry that she almost crushed her teeth. She felt humiliated by Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked into the inner room. The round table in the hall was already filled with a sumptuous lunch. Feng, Qing, 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 Qing. Qin, Feng, Qing. Qing, 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 Feng, and Feng Qing. He, Qing, Dong Qin. Feng Ming, Dong Feng Qingxue. Qing, Dong Feng Dong Kum, Qing Sit. Dong Feng Qingxue glared coldly at Qin Feng, but she didn't dare to disobey her grandfather, so she unwillingly sat next to Qin Feng. A fragrant aroma assailed his nostrils. Qin Feng looked at Dong Feng Qingxue. At such a close distance, this woman was still as flawless as ever. Her frosty and charming face was so delicate that it could be broken by a single blow. Her skin was like porcelain, and her exquisite facial features were formed naturally. Grandpa Dongfang, you didn't call me here just to eat, did you? Qin Feng fell helpless. He had just left Hero City and was ready to fight his way to the martial arts conference, but he was dragged here to eat and drink. Of course, there are other things, but let's eat first. You and Qing Shui got married half a year ago, but you haven't come back for a meal. That's not right. Under Dongfang Mingwang's tyranny, Qin Feng could only eat with everyone. The atmosphere at the dining table was very lively. The Dongfang family members toasted Qin Feng one by one. Dongfang Qing-shue's parents even vaguely mentioned their wedding date, which made Dongfang Qing-shue embarrassed. Qing-shue, why do you only care about eating? Hurry up and get Qin Feng some food. Dongfang Mingwang looked at his granddaughter reproachfully. Dongfang Qing-shue was so angry that she felt like she had to rely on Qin Feng because she couldn't get married. However, with so many family members present, Dongfang Qing-shue didn't dare to throw a tantrum. That would be like slapping her grandpa's face in public. Grandpa was the red dragon of China. Come, eat more meat. You need to grow stronger. Dongfang Qing-shue started to put food into Qin Feng's bowl with all her might. In the end, Qin Feng discovered that all the meat she put into his bowl was fatty. The entire plate of braised pork was put into Qin Feng's bowl by Dongfang Qing-shue. Ahem, you're too naughty. Dongfang Mingwang was amused. He stared at Dongfang Qing-shue dotingly. Qin Feng had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. This woman didn't want him to eat. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Everyone was full. Under Qin Feng's constant urging, Dongfang Mingwang finally stood up and dismissed the meal. After the Dongfang family members bid farewell to Qin Feng, they gradually left. Dongfang Qing-shue was about to leave with the others. However, just as she reached the door, Dongfang Mingwang called her back. Qing-shue, stay. Ah, Grandpa, I am a little tired. I want to go back to sleep. Dongfang Qing-shue held her forehead and pretended to be sleepy. Sleepy? Then let Qin Feng help you back to your room. You guys can rest together, Dongfang Mingwang said calmly. Ahem, Grandpa, I am suddenly not sleepy anymore. Why are you looking for me? Dongfang Qing-shue almost fainted from anger. Dongfang Mingwang was secretly amused. He looked at Qin Feng and Dongfang Qing-shue and said, Follow me to the study room. I have something to talk to you guys about. Qin Feng and Dongfang Qing-shue followed behind Dongfang Mingwang. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, but they ignored each other as if they were strangers. When they arrived at the study, Dongfang Mingwang sat on a tea table. Then he pointed at the seat across from him and said, Qin Feng, sit. Qing-shue, go make tea. The Dongfang family was a large family with 100 years of history. Their family rules and teachings were very strict. In the study, only the host and guests could sit. Juniors like Dongfang Qing-shue had to stand to the side. Dongfang Qing-shue didn't complain. Her tea-making skills were like floating clouds and flowing water. Qin Feng enjoyed watching her. After making the tea, she placed 2 teacups in front of Qin Feng and his grandpa. Dong Feng Qing Shui stood quietly to the side. Grandpa Dong Feng, can you tell me now? Qin Feng couldn't wait. This meal wasted another 2 hours of his time. You stinking brat, what's the rush? Dong Feng Qing Shui rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. She took another sip of tea and said, have a taste. Our family's Qing Shui's tea-making skills aren't any worse than the champion of the international tea ceremony. When you marry such a good wife in the future, just be happy. Dong Feng Ming Wang didn't forget to matchmake Qin Feng and Dong Feng Qing Shui. It made the 2 of them feel helpless. Qin Feng, you said you want to participate in the Martial Circle Convention? Dong Feng Ming Wang drank half a cup of tea and finally got to the point. I plan to go and have a look, but it's also my first time participating in the Martial Circle Convention, so I don't know much about it. I originally planned to go back to the Qin Manor to find Grandpa to understand, but I was dragged here by you the moment I got off the plane, Qin Feng said. Dong Feng Ming Wang laughed and said, ha ha, isn't looking for Qin Shirtian the same as looking for me? The Martial Circle Convention is a martial arts competition held every 5 years by the big and small forces of the outer world. Strength is respected in the martial arts competition, and the participants are limited to martial artists below the age of 35. The person who defeats all opponents in the martial arts competition will be elected as the new Martial Circle Alliance Master, and the sect he represents will become the #1 sect in the outer world for the next 5 years. Dong Feng Ming Wang introduced the Martial Circle Convention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng listened attentively, and even Dong Feng Qing Shui, who was standing at the side, became serious. Qin Feng thought of the Martial Circle Alliance Master mission that the system issued before. It wanted Qin Feng to take the position of Martial Circle Alliance Master. At the same time, the main mission of the founder Chain Mission was to establish the #1 sect in the outer world. From the looks of it, these 2 missions required Qin Feng to take the position of Martial Circle Alliance Master. Grandpa Dong Feng, when exactly will the Martial Circle Convention begin, and where will it be held? Qin Feng asked. This year's Martial Circle Convention will be held in 7 days. The location will be in the Devil City of Chuan Central. As for the specifics of the competition, you'll have to go to the Devil City to see the organizer's arrangement, Dong Feng Ming Wang said. Then who's the organizer? Are they going to participate in the Martial Circle Convention? Every year, the organizer is the sect represented by the previous Martial Circle Alliance Master. The previous Martial Circle Alliance Master was taken by Ling Daozi from the Starlight Sect. Therefore, the Starlight Sect is the organizer for this year's Martial Circle Convention. Dong Feng Ming Wang was indeed an old hand. He knew a lot of things. Qin Feng had a better understanding of the Martial Circle Convention after chatting with him for a while. Grandpa Dong Feng, what kind of strength does one need to become the Martial Circle Alliance Master? Qin Feng was more concerned about this question. The previous Martial Circle Alliance Master, Ling Daozi, who was in the middle stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, slaughtered all his enemies and lasted until the end, Dong Feng Ming Wang said. To Qin Feng, the middle stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi was nothing. Qin Feng was now at the peak of the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to Stage 9 Inner Qi. With Qin Feng's current strength, he could completely ignore a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. He could even fight a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Dong Feng Ming Wang seemed to know that Qin Feng wanted to participate in the Martial Circle Convention. He continued, the Martial Circle Convention restricts the age of the participants. The participants must be below the age of 35, and the ancient martial arts in China defies the natural order. Among the younger generation, there are only a few who can reach Stage 9 Inner Qi before the age of 30. Qin Feng nodded. He thought of something else. Grandpa Dong Feng, Did you ask me to come here because of the Marshall Circle Convention? That's right. Bring Qing Shui with you to the Marshall Circle Convention. Let her broaden her horizons. I'll be relieved if she's with you. Chapter 992. Dong Fangqing Shui had entered the Blue Moon Temple of the Outer Martial World a long time ago and was an outer disciple of the Blue Moon Temple. However, Dong Fangqing Shui didn't like to cultivate. She was studying in America and had come into contact with the latest trends of society. She didn't like to go to the deep mountains and wild forests to live the life of a hermit. It was also because of Dongfang Mingwang's prestige in China that the sect master of the Blue Moon Observatory did not make things difficult for Dongfang Qing. In recent years, Dongfang Qing had been left to fend for herself, allowing her to cultivate in the secular world without any restrictions. The Azure Moon Monastery was also participating in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. However, the disciples of the Bayou Monastery lived in seclusion in the mountains all year round, so they knew very little about the secular world. They did not have any acquaintances or connections in the Middle River Demon City, so the Bayou Monastery asked Dongfang Qing for help a few days ago, hoping that she could receive the disciples of the Bayou Monastery. Dongfang Qing originally wanted to go to Zhongchuan City alone to make preparations, but Dongfang Mingwang was worried about his granddaughter's safety. That was the Martial Society Convention, and the people who came were all martial artists. These people had been cultivating in the sect all year round, and they were very arrogant because of their martial arts. Every year, there would be fights in the Martial Society Convention, and deaths and injuries were normal. As such, Dongfang Mingwang called Qin Feng over. This way, he could protect his granddaughter's safety, and at the same time he could use this opportunity to cultivate their relationship. According to Dongfang Mingwang's thoughts, if the two of them progressed quickly in the Martial Arts Circle Convention, they could immediately get married when they returned. What's wrong? Can't you guys go together? Dongfang Mingwang ignored Qin Feng and his granddaughter's resistance. He slammed the table and said, "It's settled then. Qin Feng, listen up. From now on, I'll leave my granddaughter in your care. Once the Martial Arts Circle Convention is over, send her back to me. If she's missing even a single strand of hair, I'll cut you down." Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This elder Dongfang Mingwang was really careless. He was only worried about Dongfang Qing losing a lot of hair. But wasn't he worried that she'd lose a layer of skin when she came back? "Grandpa, I don't want him to follow me. What if he tries to do something to me?" Dongfang Qing ran up and held her grandpa's arm, acting like a spoiled child. In the past, this trick had worked time and time again, but this time it did not work. "Nonsense. Qin Feng is your fiancé. What does he want from you? If he really wants to do something to you, you should obediently listen to him." Dongfang Mingwang spoke with a straight face, causing Dongfang Qing's face to darken. Qin Feng's mouth was wide open as he looked at the old Gramps. He found that the old Gramps was quite open-minded about certain things. "All right, it's settled then. Qin Feng, you decide what to do next." Dongfang Mingwang stood up and left. Only Qin Feng and Dongfang Qing were left in the study. They looked at each other with depressed expressions. "Hey, don't try to act innocent after getting the benefit. What are you pretending for?" The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Dongfang Qing suddenly glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "What did I pretend?" Qin Feng admired Dongfang Qing's breathtakingly beautiful face, but it was just admiration. Qin Feng couldn't help but admit that Dongfang Qing's beauty was unrivaled. Her noble aura was much more powerful than Zhao Lingxian's and Rin Xiaoyao's. After all, she was the Dongfang family's heiress. Qin Feng also wanted to take in a super-rich young miss like her as a woman and hug her to sleep. However, Qin Feng wasn't a person who only thought with his lower body. He didn't want to have a relationship with Dongfang Qing because Dongfang Mingwang had solemnly told him that once he married Dongfang Qing he couldn't have any other women. Qin Feng couldn't accept this. What do you think you're pretending to do? You must be overjoyed to be able to go to the martial arts tournament with a beauty like me, right? And you're still putting on a stern face as if someone owes you money. Are you just pretending? Dong Fangqing Shui wanted to expose Qin Feng's disguise. She had been tricked by Qin Feng's identities, and now she wanted to take revenge on him. I'm sorry, but I really don't want to go with you. You're only a stage for inner chi expert, so you're just a burden. If you don't want to go with me, then go and convince your grandfather. If he agrees, then I'll be so happy that I can't close my mouth. Qin Feng's words enraged Dong Fangqing Shui. Dong Fangqing Shui wouldn't go to her grandfather because it was useless. Humph, you're the burden. You're not allowed to talk to me on the way. Dong Fangqing Shui was furious. She turned around and walked out the door. Qin Feng didn't care about this heiress's mood. He was determined to draw a clear line between him and Dong Fangqing Shui. It was the right thing to do to anger this woman. Otherwise, Dong Fangqing Shui would definitely fall in love with him with his talent and unparalleled handsomeness. Qin Feng didn't stay at the Dongfang family's residence for long. He planned to familiarize himself with the martial arts tournament as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to the Dongfang family, Qin Feng and Dong Fangqing Shui embarked on their journey to Zhongchuan. Zhongchuan City was a 5th or 6th tier city. 5 years ago, it was still a county-level city. In order to be promoted to a city, it began to vigorously develop and attract investors. In the end, the county leaders all secretly took advantage of the situation and set up many tofu dregs factories later on. All the leaders of Zhongchuan County were investigated and replaced. The real estate invested by the investors was completely scrapped. Many big bosses abandoned their half-built projects and secretly ran away. Zhongchuan County was eventually promoted to a city, but the population was getting lesser and lesser. Dilapidated houses could be seen everywhere. Moreover, mysterious incidents kept happening here in recent years. Everyone spread the rumor that it was haunted. In the end, Zhongchuan City became an empty city. Due to the presence of ghosts and monsters, it was called Ghost City. This kind of place was sparsely populated and was the best place to hold the martial arts tournament. Qin Feng and Dong Fangqing Shui arrived at Devil City in the afternoon. The city gave off a desolate feeling when they entered. Hey, where's your Blue Moon Observatory meeting with you? Qin Feng and Dong Fangqing Shui didn't speak on the way. Now that Qin Feng took the initiative to speak, he planned to leave Dong Fangqing Shui to the Blue Moon Observatory's people and move alone. Do you have proper upbringing? You obviously know my name, so how can you call me, hey? I can't be bothered with you. Dong Fangqing Shui glared at Qin Feng while panting with rage. Qin Feng felt helpless. Seeing Dong Fangqing Shui walking away, he could only follow her. When they entered Devil City, there were more and more people. However, these people were dressed in ancient robes. Those who didn't know better would think that a film crew was here to shoot a period drama. Qin Feng and Dong Fangqing Shui knew very well that these people were all martial artists from the outside world. Qin Feng secretly observed for a while. The few groups of people that passed by just now had average strength. The elders who led them were only stage 8 inner chi. I'm going to rent a few rooms first. I can stay there when the sect's elders arrive. Dong Fangqing Shui finally spoke, but her voice was icy cold. The Blue Moon Observatory's people weren't familiar with Zhongchuan City's Devil City. They asked Dong Fangqing Shui for help mainly to book rooms and arrange the itinerary for the next few days. There was a hotel at the entrance of Devil City called Zhongchuan Restaurant. However, when Qin Feng scanned the Devil City, he discovered that this was the only hotel that was open for business. There were many houses on both sides of the road, but they were all unfinished. They were the kind of cement buildings that were half-built. Boss, give me 5 rooms. Dong Fangqing Shui coldly went to get a room the moment she entered the hotel. There was a large circle of people around the counter in the hotel lobby. As soon as Dong Fangqing Shue's voice faded, everyone looked at her strangely. Some of them couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, there are no more rooms. They're fully booked." The boss was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and said, "Dong Fangqing." Shue was a little angry. She realized that nothing went smoothly when she was with Qin Feng. She couldn't even get a room. "How much does your best room cost per day? I'll pay 10 times the price for you to give me 5 rooms for 7 days. Dong Fangqing Shue was the daughter of the Dongfang family. She felt that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with money. The few men who couldn't help but laughed even louder. A few men wearing white robes with a flame emblem carved on their chests looked at Dong Fangqing Shue playfully. They wanted to stick their eyeballs on Dong Fangqing Shue's chest. "Miss, there are really no more rooms. This isn't a matter of price. Please don't make things difficult for me." The boss looked at Dong Fangqing Shue and shook his head. The Martial Society convention was going to be held in the next 2 days. All the big sects of the outer martial world had come to Devil City. The availability of rooms was like a national treasure. Those who could stay in this Zhongchuan restaurant were all famous big sects of the outer martial world. In the eyes of these martial artists, money was the most worthless thing. 10 times isn't enough? Then 20 times. Dong Fangqing Shue didn't have much contact with the outer martial world. She didn't understand the boss's intention and continued to increase the price. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He wanted to leave this place and pretend he didn't know this silly girl Dong Fangqing Shue. "Haha, beauty, are you here to participate in the Martial Society convention?" A man wearing a white robe with a flame emblem on his chest walked out. He was a member of the Flame sect. Dong Fangqing Shue rolled her eyes at the man and said coldly, "None of your business." "Yo, beauty, you have character. I like cold and arrogant women like you. I'm Hung Bin, an inner disciple of the Flame sect." "Beauty, which sect are you from?" Not only was Hung Bin not angry, he even walked closer to Dong Fangqing Shue. His coquettish expression showed that he wanted to flirt with Dong Fangqing Shue. "Stand further away. I'm a disciple of the Azure Moon Temple. Don't provoke me." Dong Fangqing Shue didn't know how powerful the Flame sect was. She also didn't know how powerful the Azure Moon Temple was in the outer martial world. After she said that, the people of the Flame sect were stunned. The people who were watching the show were also stunned. After a short while, a burst of laughter came from the hall. "Haha, the Azure Moon Temple? This small, unranked sect still hasn't been exterminated yet? That's a miracle. How dare a disciple of the Azure Moon Temple get a room here? You're asking for trouble." Chapter 993. Dong Fangqing Shue was used to living in the secular world. As the young miss of the Dongfang family, Dong Fangqing Shue had everything she wanted. She didn't understand the dangers of the martial world. Seeing that the people around her were laughing at her, and that Flame sect disciple was even more brazen as he stared at her chest, Dong Fangqing Shue was so angry that her face froze. She glared at the boss and shouted, "I don't care if the rooms here are full or not. I must get a room. Help me think of a way." Dong Fangqing Shue was cold and arrogant. However, no one cared about her in the martial world due to her identity and strength. Instead, everyone was amused by her arrogant demeanor. Qin Feng maintained a certain distance from Dong Fangqing Shue. He looked around the hotel and pretended to not know Dong Fangqing Shue. Hung Bin, the inner disciple of the Flame sect, was overjoyed. He smiled at Dong Fangqing Shue and said, "Junior sister from the Azure Moon Observatory, please don't make things difficult for the boss. Although this hotel belongs to him, his words no longer count since yesterday. Those who can get a room here are all sects with some influence in the martial world. Your Azure Moon Observatory is too small. It's impossible for you to get a room here." before Dong Fong Qing Shui could refute. Hung Bin continued, "How about this? My bed is very big. If you don't mind, you can sleep with Big Brother tonight." As soon as Hung Bin finished speaking, the men around him started to jeer. Dong Fong Qing Shui's expression was colder than ice. Without saying anything, she slapped him. Slap. Hung Bin didn't expect Dong Fong Qing Shui to slap him. 5 red fingerprints appeared on his face. Hung Bin, who was smiling mischievously, was instantly enraged. He pointed at Dong Fong Qing Shui and yelled, "Bitch, how dare you hit me? Shut your stinky mouth. If you say anything frivolous again, I'll hit you again." Dong Fong Qing Shui didn't put Hung Bin in her eyes at all. She was Dong Fong Mingwang's precious granddaughter. When had she ever been teased like this? A murderous intent flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Although he didn't want to be friends with Dong Fong Qing Shui, she was still Dong Fong Mingwang's granddaughter. He owed Dong Fong Mingwang a big favor, so he didn't want to see Dong Fong Qing Shui being bullied. "You're just a disciple from the Azure Moon Observatory. How dare you clamor in front of my flame sect? Where are the other people in your sect? Call them out for me to see." However, Hung Bin was not in a hurry to take action. After all, there were forces of the outer martial arts world here. If there were many masters from the Bue Taoist temple, Hung Bin still had to find out their strength first. "The teachers from the Blue Moon Monastery haven't arrived yet, but I alone am enough to deal with people like you." Dong Fong Qing Shui maintained her arrogant attitude. A cruel sneer flashed across Hung Bin's eyes. Only Dong Fong Qing Shui came from Baiyu Monastery, so what was there for him to be afraid of? "Hee. Girl, you are very arrogant. Today, let me, your brother, teach you a lesson and let you know the division of power in the martial arts world." Hung Bin suddenly reached out, wanting to pull Dong Fong Qing Shui into his embrace. Dong Fong Qing Shui was prepared and immediately ran behind Qin Feng. "Bastard, this is my boyfriend. Be careful." Dong Fong Qing Shui grabbed Hung Bin's arm and glared coldly at him. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He found that he had been tricked by this woman again. No wonder Dong Fong Qing Shui was so arrogant. She was purposely making him hate her. Hung Bin abruptly stopped in front of Qin Feng and looked him up and down. "Stinking brat, who are you? Which sect are you from?" Qin Feng originally wanted to help Dong Fong Qing Shui, but he changed his mind. He suddenly put on a frightened expression and said, "Big brother, I am an outer disciple of a small sect. Please let us go this time. That silly wife of mine doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." Dong Fong Qing Shui was so confident because she knew that Qin Feng was one of the 9 dragons of China. No matter what, he was a stage 9 inner qi expert. However, Dong Fong Qing Shui almost fainted from anger when she saw Qin Feng's current behavior. Hung Bin was stunned for a moment. Then he started to laugh arrogantly. "Haha. Since you know you are afraid, then hurry up and scram. Leave your woman here. Big brother will play with her for a few days and then return her to you. Qin Feng, you bastard. Hurry up and teach him a lesson for this big miss." Dong Fong Qing Shui was so angry that she started to stomp on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels. Qin Feng didn't look like he was in pain at all. He said with a bitter expression, "Silly woman, don't shout randomly anymore. This big brother of the Flame sect has already spared me. I don't want to be implicated. How about you accompany Big Brother for a few days, and this matter will be over?" Qin Feng's cowardly appearance made the dozens of martial arts disciples standing at the side roll over in laughter. These people looked at Qin Feng with disdain. It was like a flower stuck in cow dung. "Ha! You are right, brat. Big Brother's patience has a limit. Don't really make me angry. Otherwise, it will be useless even if I sleep with you. I can make your heads fall to the ground any time." Hung Bin was almost blown to the sky by Qin Feng. At this time he was already feeling smug. Dong Fong Qing Shui was so angry that she was about to cry. She rushed up and slapped Hangbin again. "Motherfucker, you bitch. Your elder will strip you naked right now. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Hangbin was an inner disciple of the Flame sect. In the end, he was slapped twice by Dongfang Qingxue in front of everyone. He was so angry that he pulled out the sword at his waist and stabbed at Dongfang Qingxue's clothes. Dongfang Qingxue was very smart. After hitting Hangbin, she ran behind Qinfeng to hide. When she saw that Hangbin had already pulled out his sword, she pinched Qinfeng's back and yelled, "You're still not going to make a move. I'm going to call Grandpa." This trump card was really good. Qinfeng was immediately at his wit's end. He casually grabbed Hangbin's long sword with his index and middle fingers. Although the sword was sharp, it couldn't pierce through Qinfeng's fingers. No matter how much strength Hangbin exerted, the long sword couldn't move even an inch. Whoosh! Cries of surprise came from all around. Qinfeng's skill of catching the sword with his bare hands had reached the point of perfection. It shocked everyone. What realm is this brat in? Why can't I see it? Hangbin has already stepped into stage 6 inner chi. That brat caught Hangbin's sword with his bare hands, so he must be a stage 7 inner chi expert. He's already at stage 7 inner chi at such a young age? Many experts have come to the martial arts conference this time. Discussions arose everywhere. The outer martial artists in front of him had the attitude of watching a show and mocked Qinfeng. They didn't expect that Qinfeng was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. After witnessing his strength, the outer martial artists didn't dare to laugh anymore. "Stinking brat, let go of me!" Hangbin was about to show off his invincible might and force Qinfeng to run away. Then he would grab Dongfang Qingxue and go upstairs to fight. In the end, he was stopped as soon as he pulled out his sword. Crack! Sure enough, Qinfeng let go. He only used 2 fingers to break half of the long sword. This move caused another round of cries of surprise from all around. Even Hangbin was stunned. "Brat, you dare to break my treasured sword? I'll fight you to the death." Hangbin held a white spiritual weapon in his hand. In his eyes it was a priceless treasure, but in Qinfeng's eyes it was no different than scrap metal. In a fit of anger, Hangbin released his stage 6 inner chi and thrust his sword with all his might. Qinfeng casually grabbed the tip of the sword. He exerted force with 2 fingers and broke the remaining half of the sword in an instant. In Hangbin's hand, it was like an empty sword hilt. "You." Hangbin stared at the sword hilt in his hand. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. Dongfang Qingxue's eyes flashed. She was only a stage 4 inner chi cultivator. Seeing Qinfeng easily suppress Hangbin, Dongfang Qingxue inexplicably admired him. Senior brothers and sisters, this brat provoked the Flame sect. Everyone, take him down. Hangbin knew he was no match for Qinfeng, so he suddenly shouted at the people behind him. Among the crowd, there were 5 men and women wearing white robes with a flame emblem engraved on their chests. The 5 of them leaped and landed beside Hangbin. Qinfeng glanced at them indifferently. The strongest among them was only a stage 7 inner chi cultivator. "Brat, hurry up and tell us your name. Maybe we'll spare your life. How dare you attack the Flame sect? This matter won't end so easily." The 5 people who rushed over glared at Qinfeng fiercely. 2 of them were stage 7 inner chi experts, and they threatened Qinfeng. Qinfeng originally didn't want to bother with these people, but since they didn't want to give up, Qinfeng didn't want to let them off easily. Moreover, Hangbin had humiliated Dongfang Qingxue. Qinfeng was only joking earlier to anger Dongfang Qingxue, but he still remembered this grudge in his heart. "How many rooms do the 5 of you have?" Qinfeng suddenly asked. The 5 of them suddenly froze for a moment. Weren't they preparing to fight each other? Why did the topic suddenly change to rooms? You idiot! Why do you care how many rooms we have? You're just a disciple of the Blue Moon Observatory and you want to get a room? Stop dreaming. With his senior brothers and sisters backing him up, Hung Bin immediately regained his confidence. Qin Feng didn't want to waste his breath. He waved his hand and a white light shot out. In the next second, the arrogant Hung Bin suddenly knelt on the ground. 2 deep wounds appeared on his knees, and a pool of blood flowed on the floor. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. My leg, what happened to my leg? Hung Bin was stunned for a second before he screamed. The other 5 people from the Flame sect were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at their junior brother Hung Bin, who was kneeling in front of Qin Feng. The people who were watching the show around them exclaimed. Qin Feng's attack was too fast. The wind blade only flashed, and no one saw clearly what happened. All they saw was Hung Bin kneeling in a pool of blood, and his screams filled the room. It must be you, brat. You're courting death. Everyone attacked together. Be careful of this guy, he's a bit strange. The 2-stage 7 inner disciples of the Fire sect regained their senses. They brandished their swords and charged at Qin Feng from the left and right. The remaining 3 stage 6 inner disciples also got into formation. The 5 of them surrounded Qin Feng in an airtight encirclement. Chapter 994. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, 5 long swords landed in front of him. Dong Feng Qing Shui screamed in fright. Be careful! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth slightly raised. He didn't think that the eldest daughter of the Dong Feng family would also be worried about him. He slapped with his hand and a violent air current surged. The 5 Flame sect disciples were instantly sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 people landed in different places and created a huge commotion. The 2 stage 7 inner chi disciples were directly stuck in the hotel's 2 walls and smashed the wall murals. The lobby instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. There were experts more powerful than stage 7 inner chi present, but none of them dared to make a sound because they knew that they couldn't send 2 stage 7 inner chi and 3 stage 6 inner chi martial artists flying with 1 palm strike. Are you all right? Dong Feng Qing Shui suddenly ran to Qin Feng's side when she saw that the battle had ended before it even started. Qin Feng's strength exceeded Dong Feng Qing Shui's expectations. In reality, Dong Feng Qing Shui only knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so much more powerful than she imagined. Qin Feng looked at Dong Feng Qing Shui with interest. He even purposely stared at her full chest. What's wrong? If something happens to me, will you make it up to me tonight? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with vulgarity. He purposely acted so frivolously because he was afraid that Dong Feng Qing Shui would be infatuated with him. Go to hell, you're thinking too much. Dong Feng Qing Shui made a vomiting expression. Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest and coldly looked to the side, ignoring Qin Feng. This was the effect that Qin Feng wanted. He chuckled and walked in front of a disciple who was stuck in the wall because he could tell with a glance that this person was the strongest in the Flame sect. W, what are you doing? Don't hit me. Qin Feng's palm almost sent the 6 Flame sect disciples' souls flying. Now, seeing Qin Feng was like seeing a demon, and they trembled in fear. Can you answer my question now? How many rooms did you get? The big senior brother, who was stuck in the wall, said with a trembling voice, I only got 1 room. Our Flame sect isn't considered a big sect in the martial arts world. We had to fight for half a day to get this room. Eldest senior brother seemed to be afraid that Qin Feng would not believe him, so he explained for a long time. Previously, Hung Bin had bragged about how powerful the Flame sect was, and even acted as if he lived in a room all by himself. Now that the eldest senior brother had spoken the truth, the onlookers all looked at Hung Bin with disdain. Hung Bin felt as if there were hundreds of invisible slaps constantly slapping him. His face was so hot that it was about to combust. Is there really only one room? If you dare lie to me, I'll make you regret it. Qin Feng glared coldly at his eldest senior brother. Really, there's only one room. Give me the room card. I want this room, Qin Feng said indifferently. The grand senior brother hesitated. They had spent a lot of effort to get this room. They had planned to receive the elders of the Flame sect tomorrow. If they gave it to Qin Feng, what would they do when the elders came? Shoo! A white light flashed, and eldest senior brother felt the wind whistling beside his ear. Then the wall beside his ear exploded, and the loud sound almost deafened him. I haven't been feeling very good recently, and I actually missed. This time it shouldn't miss again. Qin Feng raised his right hand and aimed at the eldest senior brother, as if he was playing with a live person throwing a knife. The eldest senior brother was so scared that his pants were wet. He had just experienced the feeling of brushing shoulders with the god of death. Xia! I'll give the room to you. Don't kill me. The eldest senior brother really couldn't take it anymore. He already regretted offending Qin Feng. Qin Feng retracted his raised hand. The eldest senior brother waited for a while, and after confirming that he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xia, this is the room card. You can just go and live there. We'll move the things out in a moment. The eldest senior brother had already climbed out of the wall with great effort. The onlookers around didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The move that Qin Feng used to pierce through the wall was too amazing. Wasn't this kind of luck attack something that could only be performed by experts in the true Qi stage? If it was said that Qin Feng stepped into the true Qi stage at such a young age, these people wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Qin Feng took the room card. The eldest senior brother had already brought him upstairs. The other people from the Flame sect all stood in the hall and didn't dare to follow. Dong Fangqing Shui coldly glared at Hung Bin, who was lying in a pool of blood. Hung Bin was so scared that his body trembled. They went all the way to the 3rd floor of the hotel. The Flame sect's eldest senior brother stopped at room 303. Xia, it's here. Qin Feng swiped the room card and opened the door. The eldest senior brother didn't say anything and immediately moved all the luggage in the room to the door. After everything was moved, Qin Feng closed the door. This room was his and Dong Fangqing Shui's. Hey, don't tell me that you didn't book a room before coming? Qin Feng sat on the sofa and looked indifferently at Dong Fangqing Shui. How many times have I told you, don't call me hey? Dong Fangqing Shui's gaze was so cold that it could kill. Fiancé, why are you so fierce? Qin Feng changed the way he addressed her. Dong Fangqing Shui grabbed a teacup and threw it at him. Qin Feng casually caught the teacup and said with a chuckle, Fiancé, you're really attentive, but I don't want to drink tea right now. Dong Fangqing Shui was about to be angered to death by Qin Feng. However, there was still some lingering shock in her heart. Just now, when Qin Feng took care of the Flame sect people, he was so domineering that even Dong Fangqing Shui was a bit mesmerized. I only found out about the martial arts conference yesterday. Where would I have the time to book a room? I thought there were still 7 days before the martial arts conference officially started. Wouldn't it be the same if I came then and booked a room? After what happened just now, Dong Fangqing Shui realized that she was too naive. However, things were already like this. What else could she do? She couldn't admit defeat in front of Qin Feng. I really have to give it to you. Luckily, you came with me. Otherwise, you would have been at a disadvantage a long time ago. Qin Feng smiled proudly. TCH, didn't you just steal a room? What's there to be cocky about? Our Bayou Monastery wants 4 people this time, so you have to book for more rooms. Dong Fangqing Shui said it simply as if booking a room was something Qin Feng could do with a single word. Qin Feng was instantly a bit angry. Dong Fangqing Shui and him were a total of 5 people from 4 sections. Dong Fangqing Shui always planned on getting 5 rooms, but she didn't care where she lived. If you're so amazing, go book them yourself. I don't have that much ability. Qin Feng laid comfortably on the sofa and didn't plan on getting up. Dong Fangqing Shui was anxious. She rushed to Qin Feng's side and pointed at him as she ordered. Hey, Grandpa told you to take care of me. How could you not listen to me? I'm not familiar with you, so why would I listen to you? It's already good enough that I could get this room. If you don't want to, then go find a room yourself. Dong Fangqing Shui's chest rose and fell. She was the apple of the eye in the capital, and all sorts of rich young masters and tycoons lined up to ask her out for a meal. As long as Dong Fangqing Shui said the word, let alone 4 rooms. Those rich young masters could even gift her 5 mansions without a problem. However, this wasn't the capital. This was the place where the Martial Circle Convention was going to be held. However, Dong Fangqing Shui still hadn't gotten used to it. I'll kick you to death. Dong Fangqing Shui was so angry that she threw a childish tantrum. She stepped on Qin Feng's calf with her high heels. Qin Feng was annoyed. He casually grabbed and was about to pull Dong Fangqing Shui to the sofa to sit. However, Dong Fangqing Shui's body became unsteady and she fell into Qin Feng's embrace. A special fragrance wafted into Qin Feng's nostrils. He felt a ball of softness and warmth press against his body. Their faces were pressed together, and Dong Fangqing Shui's mouth touched Qin Feng's cheek. Ah, W, what are you doing? I'll let go. I'm going to call Grandpa and have him bring people from the Dongfang family to destroy you. When had Dong Fangqing Shui ever been hugged like this? That ambiguous action made her angry out of humiliation. Qin Feng was extremely embarrassed. He immediately pushed Dong Fangqing Shui away. If you want to call, then call. I'm sure the Lord Master knows what I'm doing and will support me. Dong Fangqing Shui took out her phone and immediately put it back. She calmed down and thought about it carefully. What Qin Feng said really did make sense. Why, you stinking pervert, get out. Dong Fangqing Shui crossed her arms and glared at Qin Feng while panting with rage. Qin Feng was instantly unhappy. Big miss, I found this room, and you're telling me to leave? Dong Fangqing Shui was in a fit of rage and was completely unreasonable. If you don't leave, then am I supposed to? Hurry and leave. I can't sleep with you tonight. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Fangqing Shui. He also didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. So he got up and left the room. After Qin Feng left, Dong Fangqing Shui was the only one left in the empty room. After she calmed down, her heart suddenly felt empty, as if something was missing. Dong Fangqing Shui thought of Qin Feng's lonely figure when he left and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Qin Feng stole this room, and Qin Feng protected her the entire time. Dong Fangqing Shui wondered if she went too far. Qin Feng wasn't as lonely as Dong Fangqing Shui thought. After he left the hotel, he felt relaxed all over. When he walked to the lobby, there were still a few sect disciples waiting by the counter to get a room. The rooms were already full. Everyone imagined that when someone checked out, they would be able to take advantage of a gap. That man came down. Don't look at him, he's a true expert. If you piss him off, you're just waiting to be beaten. Qin Feng walked through the lobby. There were quiet discussions all around him. Qin Feng laughed lightly and didn't pay attention to these people as he walked out of the Zhongchuan restaurant. After Qin Feng left, the oppressive lobby finally returned to normal. The sound of everyone's deep breaths could be heard. The 6 members of the Flame sect were gathered in a corner of the hall. They had originally booked a room for the 6 of them to stay together. Even though it was a little cramped, everyone was cultivating, so it was not a big deal. Now, the only room had been snatched away by Qin Feng. Big senior brother, what do we do now? That brat is too arrogant. Hanbin's knees had 2 large cuts, and the blood had just stopped flowing. He hated Qin Feng to death and wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Sanjiang. Chapter 995. The great senior brother of the flame sect glared at Hung Bin angrily. Humph. If you don't like that person, you can go beat him up yourself. This is all your fault. Now, the room has been taken by him. When the great elder and the others come tomorrow, I want to see how you're going to explain yourself. The great senior brother was beaten up badly by Qin Feng, so he didn't dare to offend Qin Feng. He could only vent his anger on Hung Bin. Although Hung Bin was unhappy, he couldn't talk back to the great senior brother. The rest of the Flame sect disciples were also holding back their anger. They stood at the side and listened to the great senior brother's lecture without daring to speak. After venting for a while, the great senior brother gradually calmed down. He put away his cold expression and said, "That bastard couple seems to be from the Azure Lunar Observatory. How dare such a small sect offend the Flame sect? We'll let them be arrogant for one more day. When our great elder comes tomorrow, we'll definitely snatch the room back." Seeing that the great senior brother started bad-mouthing Qin Feng, Hung Bin jumped up again. "That's right. We can't just let this go. That woman is quite pretty. When the time comes, we'll give her to the great elder. We'll break the man's arms and legs and cripple his cultivation." Hung Bin was so vicious, but the rest of the Flame sect disciples agreed with him. This was the style of the outer martial arts world. They always talked with their fists. There were no other rules. While the Flame sect disciples were still thinking about how to deal with Qin Feng tomorrow, Qin Feng had already arrived at an abandoned villa. Due to the martial arts tournament, all the sects and forces of power in the world of martial artists had the chance to rush over. It was clear that a restaurant in the middle of Sichuan would not be able to accommodate so many people. Only a group of people with powerful sects and forces of power stayed in the hotel. Most of the people rested in the abandoned rooms around the area, and the fights in those abandoned rooms were incredibly intense. For example, the unfinished villa that Qin Feng chose now was the priority for everyone to fight over. Stinking Brat, our carefree sect, has taken a fancy to this place. Hurry up and get lost. Just as Qin Feng chose a villa, a man and a woman in coarse gray clothes walked in. There were a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women. The leader of the group was an old man in his 50s. Qin Feng glanced at him indifferently. This old man was the strongest in the group, but he was only a stage 7 inner chi expert. Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the villa, cultivating. When he saw the people from the carefree sect, he lost interest and said indifferently, "I came here first. You guys go somewhere else." "Stinking Brat, how can you speak to our great elder like that? Hurry up and scram. Do you know who we are? Why don't you go and ask around about the carefree sect in the outer martial arts world?" The carefree sect is a famous sect in the outer martial arts world. Before the leading elder could speak, the group of disciples behind him began to clamor. Qin Feng's ears felt uncomfortable listening to them. He sneered and said, "Is the carefree sect also considered a large sect in the outer martial arts world? Then why don't you go to a restaurant in Sichuan and book a room? What are you doing here?" Qin Feng's words made the clamoring disciples speechless. The great elder's expression became colder and colder. "Brat, seeing that you are young and don't know the rules of the martial arts world, I can spare you this time. Leave now, or else bear the consequences." Qin Feng's voice was cold. "I'll say it for the last time. All of you, scram, or don't even think about leaving." Qin Feng was only one person, yet he was so arrogant in front of 8 people from the carefree sect. The people from the carefree sect were stunned for a moment. Then, 3 disciples brandished their swords and attacked Qin Feng. "Stinking Brat, I think you're tired of living. The 3 people who attacked were all stage for inner chi experts." Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at them. He raised his hand and 3 beams of white light shot out. The wind whistled in the air. By the time the great elder of the carefree sect realized the danger, the 3 disciples had already fallen to the ground. Ah, and my leg was cut? Who? Who is hiding in the dark? If you have the guts, come out. The 3 disciples of the carefree sect were already kneeling in a pool of blood. Qin Feng's attack was light. He only cut their knees and didn't directly cut their legs. The remaining 5 members of the free and unfettered sect were stunned on the spot. Among the 4 disciples, there were 2 female disciples. They were so scared that they started to scream. Qin Feng's attack was too fast. Before anyone could see what had happened, the situation had become like this. The unknown was the most terrifying. It was you who attacked them, right? How dare you injure the disciples of the carefree sect? The great elder forced himself to calm down. He was the most powerful person in the group, so he vaguely guessed that it was Qin Feng who attacked them. It was me. What can you do about it? Qin Feng looked at the great elder of the carefree sect with a playful expression. The great elder was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that Qin Feng was weaker than him because of his young age, but now it seemed that was not the case. Let's go. After hesitating for a moment, the great elder of the carefree sect chose to leave. He felt a strong threat of death from Qin Feng. Do you want to leave now? It's too late. You stay at the door of the villa and don't let anyone disturb me. If anyone comes in again, I will destroy your entire carefree sect. Qin Feng's cold voice echoed in the villa. The disciples who were about to help their 3 companions in the pool of blood were suddenly stunned. They all knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Even if the carefree sect was weak in the martial arts world, how could it be destroyed by him alone? Boy, I won't argue with you. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will lead the 3 disciples behind me to fight you to the death. The great elder was furious. The long sword on his back had already been drawn. Qin Feng's hands floated up, and a strange scene suddenly appeared. The people of the carefree sect were so scared that they screamed continuously. On Qin Feng's left hand, there was a ball of intense flame that burned endlessly. On his right hand, there was a solidified block of ice. In the entire martial arts world, there weren't many people who could do this. It scared the carefree sect's great elder so much that he couldn't speak. Now, do you think I have the strength to destroy the carefree sect? Qin Feng looked at the great elder and said coldly. The great elder finally came to his senses. He found that the young man in front of him was a dual attribute demonic cultivator. In the martial arts world, dual attribute demonic cultivators were all very famous. Young hero, can you tell me your name? The great elder lost all his previous arrogance and looked at Qin Feng timidly. Qin Feng of the Hero Alliance. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't been to Devil Beast Mountain, so they didn't know about the Hero Alliance. Moreover, the Hero Alliance had just become famous a few days ago. Now, many sects in the martial arts world hadn't heard of it. Qin Feng? Are you Azure Dragon Qin Feng, one of the 9 dragons of Huaxia? Although they didn't know about the Hero Alliance, Qin Feng's name was quite famous. Yes, it's me. Senior Qin Feng, so it's you? I didn't know your identity just now. Please forgive us if we offended you. The people of the carefree sect were so scared that they couldn't stand still. 2 months ago, Qin Feng announced his 3 identities at the clan martial arts meet. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Qin Feng of China or the mysterious great hero Green Wolf of the martial arts world, they were all existences that ordinary martial artists and sects revered. During the 2 martial arts disturbances, Qin Feng had fought against most of the sects and forces in the outer martial arts world. Among them was the carefree sect. Even the leader of the carefree sect had to bow and scrape in front of Qin Feng. The first elder and a few ordinary disciples standing here were obviously not enough for Qin Feng. Don't talk nonsense. Do you still remember what I said just now? Qin Feng waved his hand and revealed an impatient expression. Yes, yes. Senior Qin Feng, don't worry. I will lead the disciples of the carefree sect to guard outside the door. I won't let anyone disturb your cultivation. The great elder hurriedly tried to curry favor with Qin Feng. In the martial arts world, martial arts were respected. Strength represented everything. Then what are you waiting for? Get out of here, Qin Feng yelled. The great elder was so scared that he immediately left with his people. The people ran out of the villa, but they didn't dare to run. They all stood guard around the villa and didn't let anyone near. Qin Feng didn't care about the carefree sect. This kind of small sect was no longer in his eyes. There were still 6 days until the Martial Arts World Conference. Qin Feng planned to use this time to cultivate and strive to break through to the middle stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi. Cultivation time passed quickly. In the time it took Qin Feng to close his eyes and open his eyes, it was already nighttime. There was no one in the demon city, so it was even colder at night. Qin Feng sat in the villa and felt a kind of eerie feeling. If it was a normal person, they would be scared half to death. However, Qin Feng was not affected at all. Whoosh whoosh. The villa was unfinished and didn't even have windows. The cold wind outside wantonly blew into the room, making ear-piercing sounds like the screams of vengeful spirits. Who's there? Qin Feng, who was meditating, suddenly stood up. He felt that there was an unfamiliar aura in the room, but Qin Feng couldn't see anyone. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Capture the real culprit in the demon city. Quest time limit, 7 days. If the quest is completed successfully, the system will reward you 3,000 hedonist points and a soul-suppressing orb. If the quest is failed, 6,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Looking at the quest content, Qin Feng could roughly guess that the aura that suddenly appeared in the room was caused by the real culprit in the demon city. Boom! A wave of yin qi suddenly approached Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng struck out with his palm. The fire of destruction burned fiercely, illuminating half of the room. A series of screams came from the room as if someone was being burned by the fire of destruction. However, there was no one in front of Qin Feng. There was only the fire of destruction burning fiercely. Little pig, what's going on? This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered something like this. He felt a chill in his heart. Master, the thing that attacked you just now was a spirit. It was a wave of telekinesis. You can't see them with your eyes, Little Pig said. The unfamiliar auras in this room are all spirits. Qin Feng frowned because he felt that there were more than 10 unfamiliar auras in the room. Yes, Master. However, Master doesn't need to be afraid. Spirits are very weak. They can scare ordinary people, but they can invade Master's body. With the realm of these spirits, they can't control Master's thoughts at all. Sanjiang. Chapter 996. Qin Feng had long sensed that these ghosts were very weak. The auras on their bodies were faintly discernible. Especially after the destructive fire was shot out, these ghosts were all extremely afraid, and now they were all hiding in the corner, not daring to approach Qin Feng. However, this was Qin Feng's first time encountering spirits. Speaking of which, it was similar to the Chinese saying of encountering ghosts. Qin Feng's fear was merely a habitual worry. But after understanding the strength of the spirits, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng withdrew the destructive flame. The villa was plunged into darkness once again. Qin Feng pretended to continue his cultivation, but he was observing his surroundings. The system had just issued a mission to investigate the real culprit of the Devil City's haunting. Qin Feng had to lure the snake out of its hole and capture this scumbag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew. More and more spirits gathered on Qin Feng's floor. After a while, a series of footsteps came from upstairs. Judging from the clear and crisp sound, it should be a woman in high heels. Qin Feng dashed to the third floor in a flash. The structure of the third floor was similar to the second floor, but as far as the eye could see, the third floor was empty. There was no one there. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed again. Qin Feng had just come up to the third floor not long ago. He was certain that there was no one coming down from the third floor. This sudden turn of events made Qin Feng a little nervous. Who's playing tricks here? Come out. Qin Feng dashed down the second floor again. His hand ignited with a strong flame, illuminating the second floor. This time, Qin Feng finally saw the silhouette of a woman. The silhouette landed in the corner of the wall. Her hair was disheveled and frightening, and the silhouette was a woman wearing a long white gown. Her hands were stretched out, and her face was as pale as paper. The corners of her eyes and mouth were stained with fresh blood. She looked as frightening as Sadako in horror movies. "You're courting death." Qin Feng was startled when he saw the female ghost. In a fit of rage, Qin Feng grabbed the spear of rat halos and thrust it at her. Whoosh! The female ghost's speed was so fast that Qin Feng's spear missed its target. However, the white robe of the female ghost was pierced by Qin Feng, and she fell to the corner of the wall. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of high heels echoed in Qin Feng's ears. He didn't know when the female ghost had run up to the third floor. Qin Feng even suspected that there were two women on the second and third floors acting together. However, after scanning the second floor, there really was no one there. Trying to act mysterious in the middle of the night. "Don't let me catch you or I'll break your legs." Qin Feng was completely enraged. As the Azure Dragon of China, he had actually been molested by a female ghost tonight. Qin Feng carried the spear of rat halos and leaped up to the third floor. He saw a naked woman running out of the window. "Trying to run? Aren't you a ghost? Are you afraid of me?" Without hesitation, Qin Feng strode forward and grabbed at the female ghost. The female ghost's body floated out of the window, but Qin Feng still managed to grab one of her legs. The leg felt as cold as frost, as if it was a dead person. "Get up here." Qin Feng pulled hard, and the female ghost directly fell to the third floor. As soon as she landed, she wanted to escape, but Qin Feng pulled her into his arms. Hugging the female ghost, Qin Feng felt that her body was very slender and hot. However, this woman's body was cold everywhere, so Qin Feng pushed her away again. "What the hell are you? Do you believe that I won't pierce through you with my spear?" Qin Feng glared at the female ghost in front of him. "Big brother, don't kill me. I won't scare you anymore. Spare me this time." The female ghost suddenly spoke. Her voice was as cold as a dead person's. "Put your hair up." Qin Feng held the spear of rat halos and pointed the spearhead at the female ghost's chest. The female ghost didn't dare to run anymore. She was so scared that her body trembled, and she carefully put up the long hair in front of her face. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment because this woman was too beautiful. The woman stood naked in front of Qin Feng. Her figure was perfect and tall. Her skin was as pale as paper, and her facial features were very exquisite and enchanting. However, there was not a trace of life on her body, and she gave people the feeling that she was a corpse. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Qin Feng quickly calmed down, and his gaze moved from the female ghost's chest to her beautiful face. "I am half human and half ghost." The female ghost could still make an expression, and it was a look of despair. "Speak clearly. What do you mean by half human and half ghost?" Qin Feng's tone was strict. The female ghost seemed to be very afraid of Qin Feng, and her body kept trembling. "I am called Shaoli. I'm actually already dead. But before I died, I cultivated the secret of ghost cultivators, which allowed me to preserve my consciousness and memories and wander the human world." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had come into contact with many people, including martial cultivators, demonic cultivators, evil cultivators, alchemists, spirit beast masters, but this was the first time he heard of ghost cultivators. Are there many ghost cultivators? Could it be a branch of evil cultivators? Qin Feng's expression became colder. If ghost cultivators were a branch of evil cultivators, Qin Feng would have pierced Xiao Li's heart in the next second. No, that's not it. Ghost cultivators are ghost cultivators, and they are an independent cultivation system. There are very few ghost cultivators on Earth, even fewer than evil cultivators. I didn't mean to offend, Senior, and I hope you can let me live. Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng pitifully, and her expression made Qin Feng think of the weak Lin Bei. Qin Feng's heart softened, but he quickly tightened his grip on the spear and glared at Xiao Li. This woman was the mastermind behind the Devil City's haunting, and Qin Feng still needed her to complete the mission. Thinking of the mission, Qin Feng's expression changed. Logically speaking, he had already completed the mission by capturing Xiao Li, but the system did not notify him that the mission was completed. Qin Feng quickly understood. Could it be that this Xiao Li wasn't the mastermind behind the Devil City's haunting? Who else is behind you? Where is he? Qin Feng shouted at Xiao Li. Xiao Li was so scared that her delicate body trembled, and her pair of lifeless eyes were filled with panic. I am alone. I don't have any backing. Whoosh! The spear in Qin Feng's hand spun in the air, and a flame streaked across, scaring Xiao Li into immediately taking 3 steps back. She was clearly very afraid of the flame that Qin Feng released. If you don't speak, I'll burn you to death. Xiao Li was so scared that she suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at Qin Feng pitifully. Senior, Xiao Li really doesn't have any backing. Please spare me. I won't dare to offend you again. Seeing Xiao Li's lovely appearance, Qin Feng's heart softened. Qin Feng's thoughts were flying, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly put away the spear and glared at Xiao Li. Go! Don't let me see you again! Xiao Li was stunned. She didn't think that Qin Feng would let her go so easily. After coming back to her senses, Xiao Li hurriedly kowtowed to Qin Feng, got up and ran. Thank you, Senior, for not killing me. A cold wind blew, and when Qin Feng looked at the place where Xiao Li was kneeling, she was already gone. Seeing that Xiao Li was escaping towards the depths of Devil City, Qin Feng didn't chase after her. According to Qin Feng's conjecture, Xiao Li definitely had a backer. This time, Qin Feng restrained Xiao Li so that she wouldn't be able to cause trouble in Devil City. After Xiao Li left, she would definitely find a backer. Qin Feng purposely let her go in order to lure out the real mastermind behind the scenes. After Xiao Li left, the weaker spirits in the villa also disappeared. Qin Feng continued to sit cross-legged in the villa and began to cultivate. Now, he only needed to wait for the other side to take the initiative to find trouble with him. After cultivating for a day and a night, Qin Feng still hadn't found the opportunity to break through. The people from Carefree Sect had been guarding outside Qin Feng's villa. During this time, a few factions had their eyes on this villa, but they were all chased away by the people from Carefree Sect. Last night, Dongfang Qing Shui slept alone in the hotel. Actually, she slept very late because she was waiting for Qin Feng to return. After all, this was Devil City, and she heard that there was a ghost. She didn't know where Qin Feng went by himself, so Dongfang Qing Shui was a little worried about him. Qin Feng. After waking up early in the morning, Dongfang Qing Shui hurriedly sat up and looked around the room. She realized that Qin Feng hadn't returned all night. She was so anxious that she prepared to call Qin Feng. Before she could make the call, the doorbell rang. Dongfang Qing Shui hurriedly put on a coat and ran to open the door. She thought it was Qin Feng. It's you guys. When the door opened, Dongfang Qing Shui's expression immediately darkened. Hung Bin and his group stood at the door and stared at Dongfang Qing Shui with perverted eyes. Stinking woman, where's that stinking brat from yesterday? Tell him to scram out. Our Flaming Mountains Elder Nyo is here. Today we'll teach him a lesson. At the door, Dongfang Qingxue saw a few Flaming Mountain disciples yesterday. There were also a few more people. Among them, there was a 60-year-old gray-haired elder staring at Dongfang Qingxue. It seemed like this person was Elder Nyo. We don't welcome you here. Scram! Dongfang Qingxue didn't have a good impression of Flaming Mountain. She was about to close the door, but before she could do so, Hungbin slapped the door open and the Flaming Mountain people walked in. Dongfang Qingxue wore only pajamas and a coat. She stood barefooted on the carpet and her white, jade-like calves were still exposed to the air. After the Flaming Mountain people entered the room, their gazes fell on Dongfang Qingxue's legs and couldn't move away. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the 60-year-old Elder Nyo. Clearly, he was interested in Dongfang Qingxue. What do you guys want? Hurry up and get out, or else I'll call the police. Dongfang Qingxue didn't think that these people would dare to barge in. She was scared and panicked. Now that Qin Feng wasn't here, Dongfang Qingxue really couldn't fight against so many Flaming Mountain people by herself. After Hungbin entered the room, he looked around the room and angrily ran back to Dongfang Qingxue and yelled, "Where's that stinking brat from yesterday? Don't tell me he ran away because he knew our Elder Nyo was coming." "Aye, of course my boyfriend didn't run away. He went to buy breakfast. I advise you guys to hurry up and scram. Otherwise, when he comes back, you guys won't be able to leave even if you want to." Dongfang Qingxue didn't know where Qin Feng went, but she could only make up a lie and try to use Qin Feng's imposing manner to intimidate the Flaming Mountain people. Chapter 997. If Dongfang Qingxue had announced Qin Feng's name yesterday, she might have been able to intimidate Hungbin and the others. However, it was useless today. Not only were Hungbin and the others not afraid of Qin Feng, they even brought Elder Nyo to cause trouble for him. Haha, is there something wrong with you, woman? I came here early in the morning to cause trouble for your boyfriend, and you want to use him to scare us? Do you think we, the Flame Sect, are pushovers? With Elder Nyo's support, Hungbin was as arrogant as the King of Heaven. Dongfang Qingxue became more anxious. Now that Qin Feng wasn't here, she was no match for these bastards. Get out of here or else I'll call the police. Seeing that Qin Feng's name couldn't suppress them, Dongfang Qingxue decided to use the police to suppress them. However, Hungbin laughed even harder. He even suspected that Dongfang Qingxue was from the outer world. Why would she use the police? Hungbin, don't waste your breath on that woman. Capture her first, Elder Nyo coldly ordered Hungbin. He had lost his patience. Hungbin had taken a liking to Dongfang Qingxue, so he was very excited to have him capture her. Haha, little beauty, let's see where you can run to today. Hungbin pounced on Dongfang Qingxue with a cheeky smile. Dongfang Qingxue shrieked in fear. Qin Feng, where did you go? Come and save me. A white figure flashed and stood in front of Dongfang Qingxue. Qin Feng had just returned from outside. He came to have breakfast with Dongfang Qingxue, but he saw this scene as soon as he entered the house. Slap! A muffled sound rang out. Before Hungbin's hand could even touch Dongfang Qingxue's body, he was suddenly slapped by someone. This slap was so powerful that before Hungbin could react, he was sent flying. Who dares to obstruct the Flame Sect? A low roar sounded. It was Elder Nyo. He caught Hungbin with one hand and swatted at Qin Feng with the other. Rumble! A violent aura shot out in all directions and formed a giant palm print in front of Qin Feng. Dongfang Qingxue was suffocated by this aura. She nervously stood behind Qin Feng and grabbed his arm. Qin Feng casually raised his hand, and a buzzing sound came from the air. The violent palm wind disappeared as if it had never appeared. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Qin Feng sent Hungbin flying to the moment he neutralized Elder Nyo's attack, only a blink of an eye had passed. The people from the flaming gate didn't even see clearly what had happened before the room returned to normal. At this moment, Hangbin landed on the ground. He had no idea what had just happened. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he covered his swollen face as he yelled at Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, you still dare to hit your elder? You're done for today. Elder Niu of our flame sect will tear you to pieces." Only Hung Bin's arrogant voice could be heard in the house. The rest of the flame sect disciples did not dare to speak. Even Elder Niu froze on the spot. He had truly fought with Qin Feng before, but in the eyes of that young man, that sure-kill attack was like a fight between children. It scared Elder Niu so much that he lost all confidence. "Elder Niu? Is this the elder of your flame sect? How disappointing." Qin Feng's gaze swept across Elder Niu coldly, causing Elder Niu to tremble in fear. Elder Niu was sizing up Qin Feng's appearance. He felt that Qin Feng looked very familiar. During the previous 2 martial arts disturbances, Elder Niu had surrounded Qing Lang with the flame sect leader. Elder Niu had seen Qing Lang before. Later on, when Qing Lang and Qin Feng's identities were exposed, Elder Niu specially asked about Qin Feng's appearance. He was deeply afraid that he would offend such a big shot in the future. Elder Niu stared for a while, and his pupils instantly constricted. He finally recognized Qin Feng. Wasn't this China's azure dragon Qin Feng and the mysterious Qing Lang from the outer martial arts world? After recognizing Qin Feng, Elder Niu was so scared that his entire body trembled. He wanted to apologize to Qin Feng, but he couldn't even speak. Hung Bin, on the other hand, did not understand the situation. He kept pointing at Qin Feng and scolding. "Stinking brat, why are you not kneeling when you see Elder Niu of our flame sect? Perhaps Elder Niu will be happy and leave you a whole corpse." "Elder Niu, this is the bastard who snatched our room yesterday, and that woman is his girlfriend. I think she's pretty good. She can stay and be Elder Niu's maid." Hung Bin's words were getting more and more ridiculous. Elder Niu was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. When he finally regained his senses, Elder Niu slapped Hung Bin's face without saying anything. "Bastard, shut up!" A muffled sound spread out, and Hung Bin was directly slapped to the ground. This sudden turn of events stunned the flame sect disciples. Hung Bin covered his red and swollen face and sat on the ground. He even forgot to get up. He widened his eyes and looked at Elder Niu in shock. "Elder Niu, why did you hit me? Isn't that bastard the one who snatched our room?" "You bastard, I told you to shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Elder Niu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He rushed forward and stomped on Hung Bin again. He was a stage 8 inner chi expert. Hung Bin, a mere stage 5 inner chi expert, was nothing to him. He didn't even have the strength to resist. The room was silent except for Hung Bin's blood-curdling screams. Not only were the flame sect disciples confused, even Dongfang Qing Shui was dumbfounded. Why did they suddenly fight each other? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng understood that Elder Niu must have recognized him. In fact, when Qin Feng saw Elder Niu, he felt that he should have seen this person before. It seemed that this old man had participated in the chaotic battle in the martial arts world. Bang! 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 The room was filled with the sound of people being stomped on. After a long time, Elder Niu finally stopped. Hung Bin was already half dead. He lay in a pool of blood, twitching. "Senior Qin Feng, it's my fault for not disciplining my disciple properly. That bastard offended Senior. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive this junior." After stomping on Hung Bin, Elder Niu immediately bowed and apologized to Qin Feng. This scene once again stunned everyone. "You know who I am?" Qin Feng smiled and looked at Elder Niu. "As Senior's name has spread far and wide. This humble one has heard of it like thunder." Although Elder Niu was twice as old as Qin Feng, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Qin Feng. This was the outer martial arts world, where martial arts were respected. Seniority didn't depend on age. It all depended on how hard one's fist was. The flame sect disciples were already discussing Qin Feng in low voices. They didn't know who Qin Feng was. How could he scare Elder Niu to this extent? Qin Feng? Green Dragon of China is also called Qin Feng. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, oh no. I heard that Green Dragon of China is the youngest. He's only in his early 20s, but he already reached the peak of stage 9 inner Qi. He also has the identity of the mysterious green wolf of the outer martial world. This person can't be that Qin Feng, right?" The flame sect disciples finally understood the power that Qin Feng represented. If the young man in front of them was really Qin Feng and Green Wolf, then let alone Elder Niu, even the sect leader of the flame sect would have to apologize to Qin Feng humbly. A bunch of vile creatures. How dare you talk about Hero Green Wolf behind his back? Hurry up and pay your respects to the senior. Elder Niu was scared half to death. He roared at the people behind him. Now, everyone was sure that the young man in front of them was really Hero Green Wolf. Hero Green Wolf, please accept this junior's bow. Senior Qin Feng, I was blind before. Please forgive me. The row of 10 flame sect disciples all knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Feng. Dongfang Qing Shui was completely dumbfounded. She only knew that Qin Feng's identity was very high, but now that she saw the effect of Qin Feng's power, the impact was the most intense. The entire room suddenly fell into a dead silence. The flame sect disciples didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The most shocked person was Hung Bin, who was lying in a pool of blood. When he found out Qin Feng's true identity, his intestines turned green with regret. That brat is from your flame sect, right? Qin Feng ignored the row of flame sect disciples and stared at Elder Niu condescendingly. Yes, he's our disciple. No, but this vile creature was blind. I will eliminate him on behalf of the flame sect. Elder Niu was scared to death. He didn't want the flame sect to be annihilated because of Hung Bin. Very well. I'm too lazy to deal with this ant. Unfortunately, not only did he offend me, but he's also been coveting my woman. You guys still don't know my woman's identity. She's Dongfang Mingwang's precious granddaughter. Do as you see fit. Qin Feng's words shocked everyone. They were all recalling the name of Dongfang Mingwang. Elder Niu was the first to regain his senses. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Dongfang Mingwang? Isn't that the crimson dragon of China's 9 dragons? You bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands today to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Elder Niu didn't expect things to blow up to this extent. He didn't hesitate at all and slapped Hung Bin, who was on the ground. Hung Bin didn't even have a chance to plead for mercy. His chest was hit and his entire body caved in. He was dead. Ah! Dongfang Qing Shui screamed. She had never seen such a cruel and bloody scene. She was so scared that she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng felt a soft and fragrant scent spread into his body. He instinctively wanted to push Dongfang Qing Shui away. However, when he saw the girl's terrified expression, Qin Feng held her slender waist with one hand and caressed her back with the other, comforting this usually arrogant woman. Clean up the scene and get lost. Qin Feng glared at Elder Niu and roared. Elder Niu and the flame sect disciples were so scared that they immediately got to work. The 11 of them were very efficient. They cleaned up the room in a matter of minutes. Hung Bin had already been disposed of and thrown into some abandoned room. Everything in Qin Feng and Dongfang Qing Shui's room was the same as usual, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 998. Who knew how long they hugged for? Did Qin Feng touch Dong Fang Qing Shui's body? Dong Fang Qing Shui slowly came back to her senses. Seeing the handsome face right in front of her, she jumped in fright. Ah, why, you pervert, why are you hugging me? Qin Feng was ruthlessly stepped on by Dong Fang Qing Shui. Though this bit of strength didn't hurt Qin Feng, he was very unhappy. Big Miss Qing Shui, can you please get this straight? You were the one who threw yourself into my arms. I'm already a gentleman by not stripping you and pressing you down. Qin Feng complained. Dongfang Qing Shui's face flushed. After she calmed down, she remembered what just happened. She did throw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Dongfang Qing Shui immediately looked towards the door and found that only she and Qin Feng were left in the room. The room was also clean and tidy as if nothing had happened. They left. Dongfang Qing Shui was still a bit scared. It was the first time she saw someone die in front of her. They all left, it's just the two of us. How about it, Big Miss Qing Shui? Do you want to have a go with me? Qin Feng purposely acted frivolous in front of Dongfang Qing Shui. Dongfang Qing Shui's expression turned cold, and she made a vomiting expression. Go die, you're not good enough for me. Don't think about these unrealistic things all day long. Qin Feng didn't refute. The more Dongfang Qing Shui hated him, the better Qin Feng felt. Since you're not willing to have a go, then let's go eat together. Qin Feng said indifferently. Dongfang Qing Shui originally didn't even want to eat with Qin Feng in case she lost her appetite. However, after staying in Devil City for a day, Dongfang Qing Shui deeply understood the dangers and rules of the outer martial world. She was afraid she would encounter trouble if she went out alone. The two walked out of the room, one after the other. Dongfang Qing Shui walked behind. She didn't speak to Qin Feng on the way and pretended not to know him. Qin Feng felt this was good. He was afraid that Dongfang Qing Shui would be deeply attracted by his domineering and handsomeness. What if she fell in love with him? The second floor of the hotel was the public dining area. Zhong Chuan restaurant was already packed, and the restaurant was abnormally bustling. When the two of them arrived at the hall, they discovered that all the tables were taken. However, Qin Feng's luck was pretty good. Just as they went upstairs, they saw a table at the foot of the stairs that had finished eating and was about to leave. So Qin Feng successfully occupied that table. You sit here and take a seat. I'll go order for you. Because there were too many people in the outer martial arts world, there were not enough waiters. Almost everyone went to get food for themselves. Qin Feng went to the dining car. Dongfang Qing Shui sat quietly in her seat. Most of the people who came to the martial arts conference were men. Even if there were some female disciples, they couldn't compare to Dongfang Qing Shui's beauty. She sat quietly on the second floor and seemed like a crane among chickens. She was like a cold and moving fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Eldest senior brother, there's an empty seat here. Let's sit here. A man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly sat opposite Dongfang Qing Shui, and even waved at a few people on the side. The 5 people on the other side all had red capes draped over their shoulders. A group of people walked over. The man walking at the very front was in his early 30s. His gaze immediately fell on Dongfang Qing Shui. I'm sorry, there's already someone sitting here. You guys can go to another table. Dongfang Qing Shui calmly looked at the monkey-like man. He, beauty, we're from 10,000 mountains. Which sect are you from? This table can seat a few more people. Let's eat together, and it'll be lively. The monkey-like disciple looked at Dongfang Qing Shui with a smile. He actually saw Dongfang Qing Shui's beauty at first glance, so he intentionally came here to share a table. Lu Chen, go get food. Everyone can sit at this table. 10,000 Mountains' eldest senior brother, Gao Jing, already sat at the table. The monkey-like disciple, Lu Chen, had an expression of unwillingness. He was the one who found this seat. He also wanted to hit on Dongfang Qing Shui, but eldest senior brother had spoken, so Lu Chen could only eagerly run to get food. The other 4 disciples sat around Gao Jing, and the medium-sized table was immediately filled. Dongfang Qing Shui didn't know these people, so she felt uncomfortable sitting with these 5 men. She said with a cold expression, "I already said this seat is taken. You guys aren't allowed to sit here." Gao Jing kept staring at Dong Fangqing Shui. He put on a gentlemanly smile and said, "Junior sister, don't be agitated. We don't have any ill intentions. It's just that there are too many people here, and the other seats are all taken. Everyone is here to participate in the Martial Circle Convention, so it's better to make things convenient for each other." Since Gao Jing said this, Dong Fangqing Shui couldn't refute. At this moment, Qin Feng walked over with 2 lunch boxes. "Why are there so many people? Do you know them?" Qin Feng looked at Dong Fangqing Shui and asked. 10,000 mountains and the others' gazes all fell on Qin Feng. Especially when Gao Jing saw Qin Feng, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. He didn't think that this beautiful junior sister had a man by her side. "I don't know them." "Forget it. Let's finish eating and leave." Dong Fangqing Shui couldn't be bothered to explain. Qin Feng calmly swept his gaze over Gao Jing and the others, then sat next to Dong Fangqing Shui. The table was already full. After Qin Feng sat down, the space became even smaller. Dong Fangqing Shui's body was pressed against the wall, and Qin Feng was practically pressed against Dong Fangqing Shui's body. "There's a lot of meat dishes here. You eat." Qin Feng gave a lunchbox to Dong Fangqing Shui. Dong Fangqing Shui's expression was cold, but she felt a bit warm inside. At least this Qin Feng knew to take care of her. The 2 of them were close enough that their bodies rubbed against each other as they ate. Qin Feng didn't mind. In any case, Dong Fangqing Shui was his temporary fiancée, so touching was something he should do. Dong Fangqing Shui, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable. However, considering the current situation, she couldn't blame Qin Feng. The 2 of them ate quietly, but Gao Jing secretly glared at Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng and Dong Fangqing Shui's frequent body contact, Gao Jing was very unhappy. As she ate, Gao Jing suddenly shook her chopsticks, and a bone flew into Qin Feng's bowl. "Oh, brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't control my strength well and accidentally dropped it into your bowl. How about I give you money and you go get another meal?" Gao Jing looked at Qin Feng with a smile. She wanted to send Qin Feng away. Qin Feng was almost done with his food. He slowly got up and walked to Gao Jing's side. He raised his hand and slapped her. "No need. I'll just slap you once." Qin Feng's hand was as fast as lightning. Gao Jing didn't even have time to react before she fell to the ground. Qin Feng was a stage 9 inner qi expert. How could the small details of Gao Jing's sneaky glare escape his eyes? When Qin Feng first saw Wan Zhongshan and the others, he knew they were here for Dong Fangqing Shui. "Why you dare to hit me?" Gao Jing hurriedly crawled up from the ground and threw a punch at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't dodge. His eyes flashed with a playful smile. So it's a group of disciples who practice external techniques. It's a pity they're too weak. Gao Jing's fist didn't fluctuate with inner qi. Instead, it surged with energy. This was undoubtedly an external technique. Qin Feng was also a stage 8 external expert. However, after his martial arts were crippled by the dragon god, Qin Feng didn't have time to practice external martial arts. Now he wholeheartedly focused on breaking through to the internal realm. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and tiger roared. This special rank thunder tiger fists released with inner qi had a unique effect. Before Gao Jing's fist could touch Qin Feng's body, he was already sent flying. He directly smashed a table behind him and caused the people at the table to surround him. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't cause trouble." Dong Fangqing Shui didn't think Qin Feng would be so willful. Qin Feng pushed Dong Fangqing Shui behind him and said indifferently, "Those guys wanted to hit you. I'm just teaching them a lesson. It's fine." Dong Fangqing Shui wanted to say something, but after hearing Qin Feng's words, a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. In the end, she didn't try to persuade Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, are you looking for death? How dare you smash my table? Do you know who we are? Disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect." At this moment, the people of the Divine Dragon Sect and Wanzhong Mountain surrounded him. A total of 10 people shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's ears were irritated. He casually slapped the 3 people who shouted the fiercest and turned them into ice sculptures. Their bodies were covered with a layer of hard and thick ice. The noisy hall instantly became silent. The people who were shouting at Qin Feng and looked like they wanted to fight were dumbfounded. Qin Feng glanced at them and suddenly roared, "If you don't want to die, scram!" The aura of a stage 9 inner chi was so strong that it scared the Divine Dragon Sect disciples, and they immediately ran away. The disciples of Wanzhong Mountain were still in a daze. They actually wanted to run away, but Gao Jing was still lying on the ground, and they couldn't run away. What's going on here? Who dares to bully the disciples of Wanzhong Mountain? A dignified and powerful voice came from the bottom of the building. Soon, a burly man walked up with large strides, followed by a disciple. The burly man jumped and landed in front of Qin Feng. Even the ground of the 3rd floor shook. This man was like a small mountain, blocking half of Qin Feng's sight. Qin Feng recognized the burly man in front of him. Back when he was exploring the ghost mountain in the capital, Qin Feng fell into the underground cave. When he and Hua Yan were waiting in line to go to the round platform, this burly man from Wanzhong Mountain wanted to cut the line and was taught a good lesson by Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, are you the one who is acting tough here?" Hua Xiong stared at Qin Feng with his big round eyes. At this moment, the man who went upstairs with Hua Xiong ran over. He was about to scold Qin Feng on behalf of the sect's protector, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was dumbfounded. "Young Master Qin?" The disciple beside Hua Xiong exclaimed. Qin Feng looked at the man, and his expression changed drastically. He hesitated for a moment before he rushed over and hugged the man in his arms. "Zhang Biao! I've finally found you. Where have you been all this time? Have you been well?" Qin Feng never thought that he would meet Zhang Biao here. Zhang Biao was Qin Feng's first follower in Acropolis City. Chapter 1000. Sorry for troubling you, young Master Qin. Zhang Biao looked at Qin Feng gratefully. He thought that a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng would have long forgotten him. He didn't think that Qin Feng would remember a nobody like him. Zhang Biao added, "However, it doesn't make a difference to me whether I'm wanted or not. I usually stay in the sect, and I only came out for this martial arts conference." Zhang Biao was no longer the Zhang Biao from before. Ever since he joined Wanzhong Mountain, he found out that there was such a rare group of cultivators. Qin Feng nodded and asked, "How long have you been in Wanzhong Mountain?" 4 to 5 months, Zhang Biao replied truthfully. "Then you should have a better understanding of how the outer martial arts world is divided, right?" Qin Feng prepared to ask Zhang Biao some information. For example, the martial arts conference and the division of the outer martial arts world. Zhang Biao didn't know Qin Feng's current status, and thought that Qin Feng was asking purely out of curiosity. "Young Master Qin, with your status, you must have heard of some hidden cultivators in China. Actually, the large sects in the outer martial arts world have these types of cultivators. In China, most of the outer martial arts sects are hidden in sparsely populated areas. Firstly, it's to cultivate in peace, and secondly, it's to avoid being discovered by too many people, which would affect social order." Zhang Biao spoke of very ordinary information, so Qin Feng continued to ask, "How are the power of the 5 sects in the outer martial arts world?" Zhang Biao froze for a moment. He realized that Qin Feng knew quite a lot of things. "Young Master Qin, China has the 3 sects and 5 sects. In the secular world, the 3 sects and 5 sects are very powerful existences and represent the ancient cultivators of China. However, in the entire outer martial arts world, the 5 sects aren't much. They can only be ranked in the top 20. Qin Feng was slightly shocked. Even sects like Shaolin and Amei could only be ranked in the top 20. Qin Feng realized that he had underestimated the true power of the outer martial arts world. Then, what are the most powerful sects in the outer martial arts world? Qin Feng was interested. The outer world of martial arts is divided into the outer hidden sects and the inner hidden sects. The 5 sects young Master Qi mentioned are actually the forces of the outer hidden sects. My sect, 10,000 Mountains, and many of the people participating in the martial arts circle convention are outer hidden sects. Even though these sects cultivate in seclusion, they frequently come into contact with Flower City, so their cultivation speed and realms aren't that high. And the truly powerful people of the outer pugilistic world come from the inner hidden sections. They stay away from the secular world and would not come out even once in a few years. In the outer pugilistic world, there are 5 hegemons, namely the Stellar Sect, Serenity Sect, Snow Mountain Sect, Immortal Cloud Sect, and Ice Lake Mountain. These 5 sects are all inner hidden sections. They are the strongest forces in the outer martial arts world. When Zhang Biao talked about the outer martial arts world, his eyes sparkled with yearning and envy. This was the first time Qin Feng had heard of the difference between the hidden and the hidden. Now he had a better understanding of the hidden forces. So the Martial Arts Circle Convention's Alliance Master is prepared for the inner hidden 5 hegemons? Young Master Qin is right, because the hidden 5 hegemons have nurtured many outstanding disciples. Any one of them would be able to be unfettered and tyrannical in the martial arts world. The previous Alliance Master of the martial arts world was taken by Ling Dozi, a disciple of the Starlight Gate. I wonder which of the 5 hegemons it will fall to this year. Qin Feng was also here to fight for the position of Alliance Master, and he was very confident. However, he did not say these things because he was afraid of scaring Zhang Biao. Where are the locations of the outer martial arts world sects? Qin Feng continued to ask. The various sects have chosen to be more hidden. But if you really want to find them, you can find the locations of some outer hidden sects. For example, the Wudong sect is in Hubei's Wudong Mountain. Of course, the outer martial arts world's Wudong sect is in an even more hidden area behind Wudong Mountain. The Amei sect is similar in a very hidden valley on Amei Mountain. The Flame sect is in the Turpan area, and the Wanzhong Mountain I'm in is in the Jiangbei area. Zhang Biao paused, drank a mouthful of wine, and continued. However, young Master Qin can't find the inner hidden sections. I've been in the Wanzhong Mountain for almost 5 months, but I've never been to an inner hidden sect. Why can't you find them? Qin Feng caused 2 disturbances in the pugilistic world, and most of the people he attracted were outer hidden sections. Qin Feng did not really care about these sects anymore. Now he was more concerned about the inner hidden sections. The inner hidden sects are not like the outer hidden sects, where you can find them just by looking for them. The real inner hidden sects all have formations, and you can only enter the inner hidden sects after breaking through the formations. According to Tao Yuanming's records, the wonderland he entered was a cultivation relic passed down from ancient times. However, the probability of entering the inner hidden sects by accident is even lower than the first prize of the 2-toned ball. It's already pretty good to have one in a few thousand years. Zhang Biao was also very interested in the inner hidden sects, and he could not stop once he started talking. It's said that the inner hidden sects do not choose the location of their sects. Instead, they search for the ancient cultivation relics left behind. These relics contain a large number of cultivation methods, pills, and secret manuals. Moreover, the relics all come with defensive formations and spirit-gathering formations. This causes the spiritual qi in the inner hidden sects to be much denser than the outside world, and of course the cultivation speed is faster. Qin Feng listened attentively, and he could not help but think of the ancient relics in Ghost Mountain. At that time, Qin Feng did not understand, but now that he thought about it, that place might have already been taken by other outer hidden sects as their cultivation, holy land. Qin Feng then thought of Hero City. Right now, there was a small spirit gathering formation in Hero City. Qin Feng was prepared to set up a spirit gathering formation and some defensive formations in Hero City after he became a bit more powerful. This way, Hero City would also develop into an existence similar to the inner hidden sects. Zhang Biao saw that Qin Feng was a bit dazed, so he immediately stopped. He had forgotten that young Master Qin was only a normal person. He scratched his head apologetically and laughed foolishly. Young Master Qin, what I just said was just a rumor. Just pretend that I was bragging. Of course. Qin Feng understood what Zhang Biao meant. He smiled and said, Brat, I haven't seen you for a few months, and your horizons have become wider and wider. Your Myriad Mountain is also participating in the martial arts circle convention this time, right? Are you going? Zhang Biao said awkwardly, Young Master Qin, please don't mock me. I've only joined the Myriad Mountain for less than 5 months, and I'm only at stage 3 external. How could I have the right to participate in such a grand martial arts competition? I just came with Enforcer Hua and a few other seniors to broaden my horizons. Qin Feng had long since seen through Zhang Biao's strength. With Zhang Biao's big build and straightforward personality, Qin Feng felt that it would be good for him to focus on external techniques. Qin Feng entered the system and bought a few bottles of medicinal pills that were helpful for external cultivation. He also made a copy of the Thunder Tiger Fists for Zhang Biao. Young Master Qin, what are these? Zhang Biao looked at the exquisite jade bottles, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. These are some medicinal pills that can help with cultivation. This is the special rank Thunder Tiger Fists. Slowly cultivate, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Qin Feng said as he smiled. Zhang Biao looked at Qin Feng with an expression of dementia. Young Master Qin, why you're not also cultivating, are you? Why are there so many high-quality medicinal pills? What rank is this special rank Thunder Tiger Fists? It looks very profound. Qin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't explain further and simply said, Don't ask so much. Just do as I say. I won't harm you. Zhang Biao found that he couldn't understand young Master Qin. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Then little brother Zhang Biao won't be courteous with young Master Qin. That's right, young Master Qin. If you really don't plan on leaving in a few days, then you can go to the Treasure Appraisal Conference in a few days. Zhang Biao originally wanted to persuade Qin Feng to leave, but it seemed that Qin Feng had no intention of leaving Devil City. As such, he gave Qin Feng some interesting introductions. Qin Feng became interested. Treasure Appraisal Conference? Be more specific. Zhang Biao smiled and said, The Treasure Appraisal Conference is held 3 nights before the Martial Circle Conference. There's one every night for 3 consecutive days. Because the Martial Circle Conference is only held once every 5 years, every time, all of the big and small factions of the outer world will gather. With so many disciples coming, they'll all bring some treasures. Then they'll interact with each other at the conference, and they can even auction off their treasures. Young Master Qin might have something you like and buy it as a souvenir. The Treasure Appraisal Conference made Qin Feng's eyes light up. This time, he came to the Martial Circle Conference to see the true face of the Chinese martial world. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could find any information about the Saint Soul Stone. Okay, then come with me on the night of the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Qin Feng immediately started planning. Okay, since young Master Qin has decided to stay and play for a few more days, I will ensure young Master Qin's safety. Though everyone here is from the outer martial arts world, the 10,000 Mountain sect I belong to is considered a medium-sized sect. If we announce our name, very few people will come and provoke us. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. If he announced his name, then he would be powerful. However, this was Zhang Biao's good intentions, so Qin Feng was very touched. The two of them chatted for a while. The emotions of not seeing each other for a long time couldn't be expressed in just a few words. They chatted until the sky darkened. Zhang Biao got up and said goodbye. "Young Master Qin, I've been out for a long time. I'll go see Protector Hu first and say some good things about young Master Qin. I'm sure 10,000 mountains won't cause trouble for young Master Qin." "Haha, there's no need to plead for me. I don't care about that Protector Hu of yours," Qin Feng said as he patted Zhang Biao's shoulder. Zhang Biao was still worried. He had personally seen Protector Hu's skills and knew that Qin Feng definitely couldn't beat Protector Hu. However, Zhang Biao didn't say much. He was afraid that if he said too much, young Master Qin would be unhappy. "Okay, then I'll take my leave. If young Master Qin needs anything, feel free to find me. I'll be staying at the Sichuan restaurant." Zhang Biao had already left. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly as he watched him leave. How could a mere 10,000 mountains dare to cause trouble for Qin Feng? Even if the sect leader of 10,000 mountains was here, he would have to kowtow and apologize to Qin Feng. Chapter 1001. Qin Feng sat quietly on the second floor of the villa and began to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, a few unfamiliar auras appeared in the room. In the darkness, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He knew the ghost cultivator, Shaoli, was here again. Qin Feng pretended not to notice anything as he had been waiting for Shaoli to show up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The villa was an abandoned house with no doors or windows. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew as if there were wronged ghosts wailing. Dozens of ghosts came out of the room and floated toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't see these spirits, but he could feel dozens of cold yin qi pressing towards him. However, Qin Feng didn't care and continued to pretend to be meditating. The ghosts surrounded Qin Feng, but he didn't see them. Qin Feng was a stage 9 inner qi expert, so these ghosts couldn't invade his body. Tap! Tap! The sound of high heels could be heard. The sound came from afar and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Qin Feng. However, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and sent a palm strike toward Shaoli. "Damn you, ghost cultivator! I spared your life last time, but you still dared to sneak attack me. Today, not even the gods can save you." Qin Feng slapped Shaoli away. Shaoli groaned in pain. She didn't have time to check her injuries and quickly got up and ran out of the window. Qin Feng followed behind Shaoli at a moderate speed. Shaoli's white robe was glaring under the night sky. No matter how hard she tried to hide, she couldn't escape from Qin Feng's sight. After running for an unknown period of time, Shaoli arrived at the deeper part of the Devil City. There were more and more abandoned houses, but the number of people gradually decreased. In the end, the surroundings were filled with yin qi. Even the disciples from the outside world didn't dare to enter this place. Gigi. The surroundings were desolate, as if Qin Feng was the only living person with vitality. A chilly wind blew in all directions, and the wind was mixed with strange screeches. Hundreds of spirits surrounded him, and Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Gigi. Shaoli, you did well. This guy has abundant inner qi. If I use him to cultivate, I will have a smooth breakthrough. A strange laughter came from a black-robed man standing on top of a row of abandoned houses. Beside the man was Shaoli in a white robe. Her face was filled with guilt. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly and shouted at Qin Feng, "Run! Run!" Slap! Shaoli had just shouted a few words when the black-robed man slapped her to the ground. He shouted coldly, "You traitor! I've trained you for so many years, but you're still like this. This is the last time. If you dare to betray me again, I'll tear you to pieces." Before Qin Feng could make a move, he discovered that Shaoli and the black-robed monster were quarreling. Qin Feng had the intention to kill Shaoli and was prepared to kill her and the mastermind behind the Devil City's haunting. But now he hesitated. "Are you the real culprit behind the Devil City's haunting, Qin Fun's expression did not change as he faced the hundreds of ghostly auras and the strange man in black robes on the roof. The strange man in the black robe was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so calm. Even if Qin Feng was from the outer martial arts world, he shouldn't be like this when he was surrounded by hundreds of ghosts. Unless Qin Feng was a stage 9 inner Qi martial artist. However, the strange black-robed man did not believe that Qin Feng was a stage 9 inner Qi martial artist. You are right. I am the true culprit behind the haunting in Devil City. Those spirits around you were originally living people, just like you. But they were all used by me to cultivate. After tonight, you will also be one of them. The strange black-robed man didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. Qin Feng continued to ask, "Since I'm about to die, tell me who you are, so that I can understand why I died." "Kakik, I like people like you very much. I'm the Green Gate Evil King, the Ghost Face Evil King. It's not wrong for you to die in my hands." Qin Fen sneered in his heart. So, they were from the Verdant sect. He already had an irreconcilable conflict with the Verdant sect. Qin Fen would kill every single one of these evil cultivators he saw. "Benefactor, leave quickly." Neither of them paid attention to Xiao Li as they conversed. Suddenly, Xiao Li grabbed the ghost face Evil King's calf and yelled at Qin Fen. Qin Fen was taken aback. He couldn't understand this woman. She was the one who brought him here, but now she was helping him. The ghastly face Evil King was furious. If not for the fact that Xiao Li was a ghost cultivator, which was of great help to his cultivation, the ghastly face Evil King would have trampled Xiao Li to death. "You ant woman, do you think you can stop me? What a joke!" The ghost face Evil King bellowed. His body emitted a majestic black mist that covered the sky. Xiao Li didn't even have the chance to resist. She fell from the roof and fainted. Qin Fen was stunned. He had killed the stage 4 evil cultivator, Taoist Rakshasa, and the stage 7 evil cultivator, Ghostface Hillman, but the corpse chi released by Ghostface Hillman was not even 1/10 as dense as the one released by the Ghostface Evil King. An earth-shattering black corpse aura filled the air. Even Qin Feng's vision went completely dark. He was instantly enveloped by the black fog, and it was as if he had fallen into hell. His consciousness started to blur, and his speed and reaction speed quickly decreased. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You outer martial artists are all weaklings. None of you can withstand a single attack from me. What's with the Martial Society convention? You're just a bunch of laughable mortals. I'll catch a few people here every night. When the Martial Society convention starts, I'll try to eat all of you." The ghost face Evil King's strange laughter came from outside the black mist. Qin Fen could hear it, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. After staying in the black mist for half a minute, Qin Fen's eyelids started to struggle. He really wanted to rush out of the black mist, but his legs were like lead. He couldn't move at all. "Master, hurry and rush out." Little Pig shouted anxiously. "Master, Ouyang Feng requests to fight." "Master, Shimin Chue Shui requests to fight." The two heroes were very anxious. The flaming golden eagle and the glacial snow mastiff were no longer in the system. Qin Fen left Hero City with them to protect everyone. Qin Fen could hear the voices of Little Pig and the others, but his mind and spirit were suppressed by the black mist. He didn't even have enough energy to summon Ouyang Feng to fight. The ghost face Evil King's laughter came closer and closer, as if it was about to catch Qin Fen. In a moment of desperation, Qin Fen gathered his last bit of will and summoned the angel's sword, Buzz. Chapter 1002. What the hell is this? Get lost. The ghastly Evil King's black shadow appeared and was about to send Qin Feng flying with a palm strike. However, the holy white light from the angel's sword shone on his body, instantly dispersing the black fog around the ghastly Evil King's body, causing his face to twist in fear. "Humph. Qin Feng, will exterminate all of you, verdant sect heretics." Qin Feng wielded the angel's sword and donned the purple thunder, wild robe. He charged forward like a god of war. The angel's sword specialized in killing evil energy. The ghastly evil king was so frightened that he immediately retreated to the roof. His face was so cold that it was about to drip water. He had engraved Qin Feng's name in his heart. Recently, the entire verdant sect was searching for Qin Feng. "Brat, so you are Qin Feng. Very well. I will avenge the dead hillmen and Taoist disciples tonight." The ghastly evil king roared, and the black mist around him surged violently. Although he was afraid of Qin Feng's angel's sword, evil cultivators were much more powerful than demonic cultivators. The ghastly evil king didn't even need to get close to Qin Feng to kill him with his endless corpse chi. Rumble. The rolling black mist surged forward like a tidal wave, and the ghastly evil king's palms strike scattered layers of mist. Qin Feng raised the angel's sword high above his head. The sword's radiance didn't diminish in the black mist. It was as if the surroundings were filled with darkness, but the small area with Qin Feng as the center remained clear. "Is that all you've got?" What a disappointment. Qin Feng held the sword in one hand and slammed his palm with the other. Several balls of destructive fire soared into the sky and exploded in the black mist. Bang! 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 The fireballs shot in all directions, but the ghastly evil king didn't care. He moved so fast that he was like a ghost in the dark. Even Qin Feng couldn't see where he was. How dare a mere stage 9 inner chi brat act so arrogantly in front of me? I'll show you my true strength. Rumble. The ghastly evil king was enraged, and a loud noise came from his body. The thick black mist began to converge, gathering around the ghost-face evil king's body, forming a black battle armor. The black mist was still flowing, but it didn't dissipate with the wind. The black mist battle armor looked like a layer of mist that could be broken with a poke, but the surging aura of the black mist made Qin Feng feel uncomfortable. Qin Feng was very familiar with this aura. This was definitely the aura of a true chi expert. You think you're invincible just because you have a lousy sword? This seat will make you go to hell. Rumble. The strength of the ghastly evil king, who had condensed the black fog, increased explosively. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant its palm landed in front of Qin Feng. The angel's sword had already fallen towards the ghost-face evil king, but the holy white light that the sword emitted was gradually dimming. This sword of justice that specialized in slaying demons and monsters seemed to be suppressed by the ghost-face evil king's powerful corpse chi. Rumble. The battle between the two paused for 2 seconds before Qin Feng was sent flying by the palm strike. Even with the protection of the purple thunder wild robe, Qin Feng felt that his internal organs were about to be displaced. He was even more certain that the strength of the evil ghost-face king had reached the level of a true chi stage expert. Haha. Stinking brat, you don't have the ability now, do you? How dare you go against my verdant sect with your puny skills? You're simply courting death. The evil ghost-face king sneered at Qin Feng. He walked step by step towards Qin Feng and lifted his right foot. Suddenly, the sole of his foot was covered with a circle of black fog, and a surging and violent aura fell down. Rumble. A loud sound like the air cracking exploded behind the evil ghost-face king. The evil ghost-face king's complexion changed dramatically. The big foot that was originally aimed at Qin Feng quickly kicked behind him, but his speed was still a bit slow. Before he could clearly see the person behind him, he was already sent flying. A monster like you dares to bully the master? Watch my fist. Ouyang Feng's fist fell, and a new fist came. His fists changed unpredictably, like 2 spirit snakes flying, and in a flash he arrived in front of the evil ghost-face king. Who are you? How dare you go against my verdant sect? The evil ghost-face king was slightly injured by Ouyang Feng's fist. This time, he didn't fight Ouyang Feng head-on. Instead, he constantly sent out black fog and corpse chi to block Ouyang Feng's attack. The spirit snake fist was a combination of movement and stillness, and Ouyang Feng had perfected it. Even the evil Ghost Face King, a level 9 evil cultivator, couldn't get rid of Ouyang Feng's pursuit in a short period of time. It's not up to you to know my name. If you have the guts, don't run around. Let's have a good fight. When Ouyang Feng went crazy, even the evil Ghost Face King was afraid of him. The evil Ghost Face King's strength as a level 9 evil cultivator was comparable to a level 1 true Chi orthodox martial cultivator. He had run amok in the martial arts world for many years, and it was always others who ran when they saw him. This was the first time the evil Ghost Face King encountered someone who dared to chase after him. Hey, you lunatic, I'll fight you to the death. The evil Ghost Face King completely exploded. He simply stopped running and suddenly turned around to slap Ouyang Feng with his palm. Before the palm arrived, a mass of black fog surrounded Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng hastily held his breath and retreated. Even Ouyang Feng didn't dare to look down on the corpse chi released by this level 9 evil cultivator. Hell, dark palm! The evil Ghost Face King roared, and the black fog surrounding Ouyang Feng suddenly turned into a huge black palm. Ouyang Feng was in the middle of the black fog, and he didn't even have the space to dodge. His back was directly hit by the black palm, and the clothes on his upper body were corroded. Jia. Old man, your strength is only so. Die for me. The evil Ghost Face King was overjoyed. He waved his palm again, and Ouyang Feng, who had just landed, was once again surrounded by the black fog. Buzz! A strange energy wave vibrated out. Qin Feng activated the halo of justice metal and flew into the black fog with the angel's sword in his hand. The black fog instantly dissipated when it came into contact with the holy white light. Qin Feng grabbed Ouyang Feng and landed on the ground dozens of meters away. Boom! A loud sound spread out. The ground where Ouyang Feng was lying just now sunk into a huge pit. The evil Ghost Face King was so angry that he shouted, "Stinking brat, I'll kill you first. Then I'll take care of that old man." Boom! The black fog seemed to be endless, and in the blink of an eye, it surrounded Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped a few times and ran dozens of meters away. The black fog followed Qin Feng and surrounded him. Dark Hell Palm! The evil Ghost Face King's killer move was even more terrifying than Taoist Rakshas's Dark Corpse Incineration Palm. The Dark Corpse Incineration Palm turned corpse gas into flames. At least Qin Feng had time to react and block the attack. However, the Dark Hell Palm turned the black fog into a hand seal that could explode in an instant. The black fog lingered around Qin Feng. Even the angel's sword couldn't cut it off, let alone escape. Boom! There was an explosion, but Qin Feng was still in the black fog. He was surrounded by surging energy, and the explosion covered Qin Feng's purple thunder wild robe with a layer of black ash. Qin Feng was thrown dozens of meters away and fell to the ground, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was at the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, and he could at most fight a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. He was still far from being able to fight a true Qi expert like the evil Ghost Face King. "You monster! How dare you hurt my master? You're asking for a beating." Ouyang Feng's angry roar came from afar. It sounded like a devil's roar from hell. Ouyang Feng is lying on the ground like a huge toad. The black robe on his body is bulging up. His face is also bulging up. His body is emitting waves of evil qi. Ouyang Feng was one of the 5 poisons, the Western poison. He was the true representative of the corrupt cultivators. Ever since he had reverse cultivated the 9 Yin Sutra, he had been completely bedeviled. He had left behind an undying legend in both the corrupt and devil paths. Boom! A loud explosion came from Ouyang Feng's body. Something exploded inside him. Then he leaped into the air and transformed into a giant toad that could fly. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the evil Ghost Face King's head. Bang! The evil ghost-faced king didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. As soon as the evil ghost-faced king landed on the ground, Ouyang Feng had already stomped the evil ghost-faced king into the ground. Why, you're also an evil cultivator? I'm the evil ghost-faced king of the Verdant sect. The sect master of the Verdant sect, the evil ghost-faced venerable, is my master. Stop! The evil ghost-faced king was stunned. After all this time, this crazy old man was also an evil cultivator. What was the point of fighting? I'm different from you. Although I'm evil, I'm not cruel. You dare to hurt my lord. Today only death awaits you. How could Ouyang Feng let the evil ghost-faced king go? His body suddenly bounced up and landed on the ground in an instant. Boom! A huge aura spread in all directions. With the evil ghost-faced king at the center, cracks appeared on the ground. Ouyang Feng's speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The evil ghost-faced king didn't even have a chance to escape. Puff! The evil ghost-faced king opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The stench of corpse chi filled the air. Ouyang Feng was disgusted. He didn't know what the evil ghost-faced king ate to grow up. You madman, I'll fight you to the death. The evil ghost-faced king forgot how long it had been since he was injured. Seeing the black blood he spat out, he was furious. The dense black fog instantly filled up the huge pit. Ouyang Feng's speed was clearly slower in the black fog. When he jumped up and landed again, he stepped on empty air, and the huge pit caved in again. Dark hell palm. It was unknown when the evil ghost-faced king had landed on the ground. His dark shadow appeared above the huge pit and suddenly slapped down with his palm. Ouyang Feng cursed inwardly, but it was too late when he reacted. The huge pit was filled with thick black mist, which instantly turned into a palm and exploded. Boom! Ouyang Feng was at the center of the explosion. His figure was knocked away by the blast of the explosion. A cruel sneer flashed across the evil ghost-faced king's face, but the smile suddenly froze. A terrifying aura came from behind him. Verdant sect's monster, go to hell! Qin Feng appeared behind the evil ghost-faced king with the angel's sword in his hand. His body was also emitting the righteous aura of the halo of justice. He was like the god of justice who descended from the heavens. When he swung his sword, the power of heaven and earth condensed into a dazzling white light and smashed on the back of the evil ghost-faced king. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 1003. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission. Capture the real culprit haunting Demon City. The system rewards host Qin Feng with 3,000 hedonist points and 1x soul suppressing orb. The system beeped in Qin Feng's mind. At the same time, the angel's sword in Qin Feng's hand glowed brightly as he slashed the ghastly face evil king from its head to its feet. The ghastly face evil king let out a blood-curdling screech. The black robe on its back was torn open, and a crack appeared on its skinny and dark skin. The crack spread rapidly from the size of a little finger to both sides of its body. The ghastly face evil king was split into two halves from the center of its brows. Black mist gushed out from the wound as if it was going to devour the heaven and earth. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Master, let's go. Ouyang Feng's anxious voice sounded. Then, Qin Feng was carried away by a black shadow. Bring the ghost cultivator along. Qin Feng yelled at Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng abruptly changed his direction and dragged Xiao Li along with him. Xiao Li was still unconscious. Qin Feng carried Xiao Li in his arms. Ouyang Feng grabbed Qin Feng's arm and ran as fast as lightning. Rumble! Rumble! A loud explosion came from behind them. It turned out that after the death of the ghastly face evil king, the corpse chi that gushed out from its body was highly corrosive. Moreover, it could spontaneously combust and explode at room temperature. Qin Feng felt a lingering fear when he saw the row of dilapidated houses collapsing in the explosion. If he had been one step slower, he would have been buried in the sea of fire tonight. After running for an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng found an empty, dilapidated house and took a break. From the window, he could still see the scene of the fire burning hundreds of meters away. The evil cultivators of the Verdant sect were indeed vicious and cruel. Even after death, they still had such a trick up their sleeves. Fortunately, Ouyang Feng was also a half-evil cultivator. He could see through the secret of the corpse qi. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary person, they would be buried together with the ghastly face evil king. Where is this place? Ah, benefactor, are you and I dead? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xiao Li suddenly woke up. Qin Feng had already recalled Ouyang Feng into the system to heal himself. Qin Feng ate a few healing pills and circulated his qi to heal his wounds. At this time he opened his eyes and looked coldly at Xiao Li. If you want to die, don't take me with you. Fortunately, my skills are extraordinary, so I was able to escape this calamity. On the other hand, you evil ghost are truly sinister and vicious. I spared your life last time, but you still want to frame me. I'll kill you now. Qin Feng made a grabbing motion with his hand. His palm turned into a dragon's claw and grabbed Xiao Li's neck. It was cold to the touch. Xiao Li's body didn't have any warmth, and he felt like a dead person. Xiao Li did not resist. He even smiled and closed his eyes. Benefactor, please kill me. I've harmed too many people these days. I'm living in self-blame and pain every day. I'm neither a human nor a ghost. I've had enough of this life. I beg Benefactor to kill me as soon as possible. Xiao Li actually took the initiative to ask for death. Qin Feng loosened his grip and released Xiao Li's neck. Benefactor. Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Tell me about you. Qin Feng was still too soft-hearted. When he looked at the lonely and destitute Xiao Li, he thought of the lonely and helpless Lin Beibei. Xiao Li felt a bit of warmth in her heart. The last time she saw Qin Feng, she felt that Qin Feng was a good person. So, after tricking Qin Feng to the ghost-faced evil king tonight, Xiao Li felt guilty and let Qin Feng leave. After a moment of silence, Xiao Li told Qin Feng about her story. Benefactor, I was originally a child from a poor family in Acropolis City. One night, I was captured on my way home after finishing work. When I woke up, I saw the ghost-faced evil king. At the time, there were a dozen or so men and women who were captured. We were all killed by the ghost-faced evil king. But before we died, the ghost-faced evil king told us a secret mental cultivation method and told us to try cultivating it among the dozen or so people. Only my body was suitable for cultivating the secret mental cultivation method. So, I had a second life in a half-dead state. Later, I found out that I was cultivating the ghost cultivator's cultivation method. And the reason why the ghost-faced evil king did this was because he wanted to cultivate a few ghost cultivators by his side to help him cultivate. Later, I was brought to Devil City. The ghost-faced evil king told me to trick a few martial artists to go to his place every night. I was forced to go out and harm people, but I always chose those lecherous people to frame. This way, I felt somewhat comforted in my heart. Ever since I met my benefactor that night, I have always felt guilty in my heart. Xiao Li briefly told him her story, and Qin Feng listened attentively. Everyone in this world has a sad story, and these stories are usually hidden in everyone's heart. You can go, I won't kill you. Don't harm people anymore. That ghost-faced evil king has already been killed by me. No one will threaten you anymore. Qin Feng's heart softened. He waved his hand and prepared to let Xiao Li go. Xiao Li suddenly froze. Benefactor, you killed the ghost-faced evil king? He is a level 9 nefarious cultivator, comparable to an orthodox, true Qi stage martial cultivator. Xiao Li had always thought that Qin Feng had taken her and escaped. She didn't expect that Qin Feng would directly kill the ghost-faced evil king. Looking at the young Qin Feng, Xiao Li found it hard to believe. You will understand after you look at the direction of the ghost-faced evil king's base. I have an irreconcilable grudge with the verdant sect. I will kill anyone I see from the verdant sect. Qin Feng said indifferently. Xiao Li hastily ran to the window. The sky of the ghost-faced evil king's base was still burning. Xiao Li finally believed it. If the ghost-faced evil king was not dead, how could she and her benefactor escape? Benefactor, please accept Xiao Li's 3 kowtows. Xiao Li suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng. Ever since she was kidnapped and then killed, she had been living a life of darkness. The reason why she insisted on living was because she wanted to use the ghost cultivator's cultivation method to make herself stronger. Although Xiao Li had always been following the ghost-faced evil king and doing bad things, she had sworn in her heart that one day she would personally kill the ghost-faced evil king. Now that Qin Feng had helped Xiao Li fulfill her wish, tears rolled down Xiao Li's ice-cold cheeks. After kowtowing 3 times, Xiao Li suddenly pulled out a dagger from her waist and quickly stabbed it into her heart. What are you doing? Qin Feng casually waved his hand. A crisp sound rang out, and the dagger in Xiao Li's hand fell to the ground. Xiao Li collapsed against the pillar at the side. Her expression was gloomy. Benefactor, please let me die. I can't live this kind of life anymore. Now that I have avenged myself, I have no more worries. I want to know the sins of this life. Xiao Li pleaded. Qin Feng felt a slight pain in his heart. Xiao Li was beautiful and tall. She could have lived a good life, but her life was ruined by the people of the verdant sect. She was as kind as Lin Bei Bei, but their fates were completely different. Since you call me a benefactor, then don't seek death. I didn't save you for nothing. Your life isn't yours now, it's mine. From now on, you'll stay by my side and be my maid. Since you've been forced to harm so many people, then do more good deeds in the future to make up for your sins. Qin Feng's body was still emitting the aura of the halo of justice, and he looked like a Buddha in the night. Xiao Li's gloomy and confused eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the handsome and tall Qin Feng and fantasized in her heart. How good would it be if she could get to know her benefactor earlier? Benefactor, Xiao Li will listen to you. From now on, I will follow Master at all times and take care of Master's daily needs. Xiao Li was full of yearning for life. She had obtained her 3rd life, and she wanted to cherish this rebirth that her benefactor had given her. I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded at Xiao Li. Xiao Li covered her mouth and exclaimed, Benefactor, why are Qin Feng? The number 1 hedonistic young master of Acropolis City, young Master Qin? Qin Feng remembered that Xiao Li was also from Acropolis City, so it was not surprising that she knew his name. That's right, that bastard is me. Xiao Li was amused by Qin Feng's humor. It was Qin Feng's first time seeing this woman smile, although her expression was a little stiff and her skin and temperature were cold. Xiao Li's smile was like a short-lived epiphyllum in the dark night, and it made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Benefactor, the verdant sect is after you. You must be careful. Xiao Li quickly regained her composure and looked at Qin Feng worriedly. Qin Feng didn't care about the verdant sect. As long as they dared to come, Qin Feng would make sure they would never return. Qin Feng remembered that the system rewarded him with a soul-suppressing orb when he completed the Haunted Culprit quest not long ago. Soul-suppressing orb treasure for ghost cultivators. It can help ghost cultivators suppress their souls and speed up their cultivation. Keep the soul-suppressing orb in your mouth, and you can live like a normal person. Qin Feng was delighted when he read the description of the soul-suppressing orb. This treasure was perfect for Xiao Li, benefactor. I suddenly remembered something. I'm half human and half ghost now. I can only hide in the dark during the day and can't follow Master all the time. But at night, I will take good care of Master. Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng sadly. Qin Feng flipped his hand, and a dark green orb with a gentle glow floated in the dark night. It was the same size and appearance as a luminous pearl. Ah, is this the soul-suppressing orb? Xiao Li couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. This is a gift for you. You should know how to use it. Qin Feng smiled. 2 streams of tears streaked down Xiao Li's cheeks. This soul-suppressing orb was the treasure of ghost cultivators. It was priceless. Xiao Li didn't expect Qin Feng to give it to her so easily. Master, Xiao Li has nothing to repay you. If Master doesn't mind my cold body, please let Xiao Li serve Master. Xiao Li suddenly took off her white robe and walked towards Qin Feng naked. Qin Feng was surrounded by beauties, but he had to admit that Xiao Li was also an outstanding beauty. Her looks could compete with Lin Bei Bei, and her figure was as seductive as Bai Qing. Xiao Li, take the soul-suppressing orb first and cultivate. I didn't spare your life because of this. Live a good life and help others. That will be your repayment to me. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Li seriously. Xiao Li's expression was complicated. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, Master, please calm down. Xiao Li's level of thinking is too low and has tarnished Master's realm. Chapter 1004. Thank you, Master, for giving me the soul-suppressing orb. Don't worry. Xiao Li's life belongs to Master from now on. I'll do whatever Master tells me to do. Xiao Li put on her clothes and looked at Qin Feng gratefully. Qin Feng was quite interested in ghost cultivators, so he asked, That's right. What's your strength now? How are ghost cultivators divided? Master, the major realms of ghost cultivators are divided into Little Ghost, Great Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, and Ghost Immortal. There should be even higher realms after that, but the cultivation technique I practice only talks about the Ghost Immortal realm. Little Ghost is the same as Master's inner Qi, and Great Ghost corresponds to true Qi. Xiao Li is untalented, so she only reached Immortal Stage 6. After cultivating for half a year, Xiao Li's words shocked Qin Feng. She went from a normal person to Stage 6 inner Qi in half a year. This speed was even faster than people from the outer martial arts sections. Moreover, Xiao Li was only a ghost cultivator, half human and half ghost. She probably could only cultivate at night. Your cultivation speed is very fast. If you continue to develop like this, you have hope of becoming the strongest of the ghost cultivators. Qin Feng encouraged Xiao Li. Xiao Li was clearly very happy to be praised by Qin Feng. Master, the reason why the Ghost Face Evil King didn't kill me back then is because I have a rare natural holy Yin body. It is said that my body can absorb Yin Qi on its own, and it exists for ghost cultivators. Qin Feng understood. No wonder Xiao Li broke through so quickly. It seemed that it was because of her natural holy Yin body. Speaking of these special bodies, Qin Feng had met quite a few. For example, Zhao Lingxian was born with charming bones. Her cultivation speed was much faster than women like Bai Qing and Lu Wenjing. Very good. Then you can cultivate in peace from now on. If you need any pills or other items, you can tell me. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Li. Xiao Li bowed and said, Thank you for your concern, Master. Xiao Li's cultivation method is different from Master's. I don't need pills, I only need to cultivate by myself. And according to the records of my cultivation method, as long as I can break through to the ghost immortal realm, I can refine my body and return to the human world. Then I will be reborn. It's the same principle as Master cultivating to become an immortal. Qin Feng was slightly startled. The most powerful opponent he had encountered was only at the true Qi stage, but Xiao Li said that he was at the immortal ascension stage. From this, it could be seen that the ghost cultivation technique secret manual that Xiao Li cultivated was definitely a very high-level cultivation technique. When that time comes, I'll be a fairy. Master probably won't dislike my cold body. Xiao Li suddenly looked at Qin Feng, coquettishly. Qin Feng came back to his senses. He grabbed Xiao Li's arm and said, that's not what I meant. Don't think too much. We've only known each other for 2 days, so let's go with the flow. Xiao Li looked gratefully at Qin Feng. Her previous life couldn't even be described with the word terrible. However, ever since she met Qin Feng, Xiao Li felt that this was a reward from the heavens. She was indescribably happy. Master, little Li will definitely speed up his breakthrough and protect Master's safety in the future. Xiao Li's expression was resolute. Qin Feng nodded and started to cultivate. Xiao Li also calmed down. She looked at the dark green soul-suppressing orb in her hand and swallowed it. With the soul-suppressing orb in her mouth, Xiao Li felt a warm current surge through her ice-cold body. The life force that had long been lost was slowly recovering. It was as if Xiao Li had really come back to life. This feeling made Xiao Li excited and moved. 2 streaks of tears appeared on her cheeks. She secretly glanced at Qin Feng, who was completely focused on cultivating. Xiao Li gritted her teeth and started to cultivate in peace. Cultivation knows no time. The 2 closed and opened their eyes. The sun was already high up in the sky outside. In the past, at this time, Xiao Li would already be hiding in the basement or in a dark, dark room. However, with the soul-suppressing orb, Xiao Li was no different from a normal person. She didn't even realize that she was sitting under the sun and cultivating. In one night, Xiao Li refined the soul-suppressing orb. The soul-suppressing orb was already swallowed and hidden in her dantian. Xiao Li, let's go eat together. Qin Feng was a bit hungry after cultivating for a night. Plus, he hadn't gone to see Dongfeng Qingxue for a night, so he was more or less worried about that Missy's safety. Xiao Li hurriedly got up and took the initiative to help Qin Feng up. Qin Feng grabbed Xiao Li's arm and felt that it wasn't as cold to the touch. He then looked at Xiao Li's complexion. It was no longer as pale as paper and had a hint of rosy color. She was simply as enchanting as a fairy that walked out of a painting. Xiao Li became nervous under Qin Feng's burning gaze. She purposely stuck her body to Qin Feng and put on a position that allowed Qin Feng to do whatever he wanted. After Qin Feng returned to his senses, he lightly pushed Xiao Li away and said calmly, "Looks like the soul-suppressing orb's effects are very good. You can now live like a normal person." "Thank you, Master." It was Master who gave Xiao Li a 3rd life. Xiao Li was extremely grateful. Qin Feng smiled and already walked out of the house. Xiao Li followed behind Qin Feng. Looking at the sunlight and the fragrance of flowers outside, Xiao Li was so touched that she wanted to cry again. Sichuan restaurant. Dongfeng Qingxue crawled out of bed with panda eyes. She waited for Qin Feng until very late last night, but Qin Feng didn't return again. Although Dongfeng Qingxue said that she wouldn't sleep in the same room as Qin Feng, that was her pride as a young miss. If Qin Feng really did come back and say something nice, Dongfeng Qingxue would definitely let Qin Feng sleep on the sofa. This bastard, what's he being so arrogant about? Since he doesn't want to come back, then he can sleep on the streets every day. After Dongfeng Qingxue woke up and discovered that Qin Feng wasn't there, she started to curse Qin Feng angrily. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Dongfeng Qingxue thought that Qin Feng had returned, so she ran to open the door barefooted. "Sect leader Qingyuan? Senior brothers and sisters, you're here." Dongfeng Qingxue looked at the 4 people outside the door with pleasant surprise. It was the sect leader of the Blue Moon Observatory, who walked in with 2 female disciples and a male disciple. "Qingxue, I'll have to trouble you this time." Sect leader Qingyuan didn't put on any airs in front of Dongfeng Qingxue. After all, the Blue Moon Observatory was only a small, unranked sect in the martial arts world. The sect leader of Qingyuan was only a stage 8 inner qi cultivator, which was a far cry from Dongfeng Qingxue's grandfather. "Junior sister Qingxue, long time no see." The 2 female disciples greeted Dongfeng Qingxue after entering the room. The great senior brother was dressed in a fluttering white robe. He looked elegant and suave. After entering the room, he stared at Dong Fang Qing Shui and couldn't move his eyes away. Junior sister Qing Shui, you haven't gone to the sect to cultivate. We've missed you so much. Everyone looked at Chen Hai. Dong Fang Qing Shui frowned slightly. Senior brother Chen Hai, long time no see. Chen Hai walked to Dong Fang Qing Shui's side with a smile and reached out to grab her wrist. Dong Fang Qing Shui was so frightened that she immediately took a step back. Senior brother Chen Hai, what are you doing? He. Junior sister Qing Shui, don't be afraid. I just want to see if junior sister's strength has regressed. It's rare for us to leave the sect, so as the great senior brother, I should give junior sister a few pointers. The other two female disciples glared at Chen Hai. Chen Hai was known as a playboy in the sect, and he often teased the female disciples of the Azure Moon Shrine. However, Chen Hai was talented and smart, and he was the strongest among the young disciples of the Azure Moon Shrine. He was only 25 years old, and he had already reached stage 7 inner qi. Therefore, he was valued by the sect master of Qingyuan sect, and no one dared to say anything. I'm still a stage 4 inner qi cultivator. I haven't improved or regressed. There's no need for senior brother Chen Hai to check. Dong Fang Qing Shui's expression turned cold. The sect leader of Qingyuan sect couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Dong Fang Qing Shui's family background was strong. Chen Hai, we've traveled a long way to get here. We're a little hungry now. Go get something to eat. I'll have a chat with Qing Shui. Chen Hai reluctantly left after the sect leader spoke. As soon as he left, the other two female disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Sect leader of Qingyuan sect. The two female disciples looked at Qingyuan sect with grievances. Qingyuan didn't wait for them to say anything and interrupted. All right, the martial arts circle convention is about to begin. Let's not talk about other things for now. The sect leader of Qingyuan sect knew that Chen Hai was a lecher. However, the Blue Moon Observatory was lagging behind. There were only 30 disciples in the sect. Among them, only the two female disciples in front of him had broken through to stage 6 inner qi. Chen Hai was the only one in stage 7 inner qi. The sect leader of Qingyuan sect was at his wit's end. If he taught Chen Hai a lesson now and ran away in a fit of anger, then there would be no one left in the younger generation of the Blue Moon Observatory. Qing Shui, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. The sect leader of Qingyuan sect looked at Dong Fang Qing Shui apologetically. Although Dong Fang Qing Shui was at Sundra, she was a kind woman. She understood the sect leader of Qingyuan sect's concerns. She smiled and said, Sect leader, you must be tired from rushing here. Take a seat and rest for a while. I'll make a cup of tea for you. Dong Fang Qing Shui ran off to pour tea. The sect leader of Qingyuan sect and the two female disciples looked around the room. It was a standard room with good furnishings. It even had a balcony and a bathroom. Qing Shui, you came alone? After looking around the room, the sect leader of Qingyuan sect looked at Dong Fang Qing Shui in surprise. Dong Fang Qing Shui didn't understand. She said nervously, Sect leader, I came alone. Is there a problem? The sect leader of Qingyuan sect's expression changed. How did you get this room if you came alone? Since the martial arts circle convention is going to be held here, the rooms are very tight. Moreover, relationships with the outside world are useless here. The Demon City has been occupied by the foreign martial arts circle for the past week. Even the Chinese government has sent people to disperse the civilians nearby. This place is the same as the foreign martial arts circle. There aren't many rules. If you want to book a room, you have to rely on your fists. You're only a stage for inner qi cultivator. How did you get this room by yourself? The Blue Moon Observatory's sect leader of Qing Yuan sect, thought quickly. Dong Fangqing Shui's pretty face turned slightly red. She didn't mention Qin Feng on purpose because she was afraid that the sect leader and senior sister would find out about her relationship with Qin Feng's fiancé. She didn't expect the sect leader of Qing Yuan sect to see through her. Sect leader of Qin Yuan sect, I actually came with a friend. Dong Fangqing Shui had no choice but to tell Qin Feng.